Chapter 6:26. Finally done. Dongbua Shue-ing left the Black Fog Sea alone, riding his stellar field-flying ship towards the Ripple Lady planet. Very soon, he arrived at the Ripple Lady planet. This time there were no obstructions. Under the guidance of the Array Spirit, the white-robed elder, Dongbua Shue-ing met the Ripple Lady planet lord. The Ripple Lady planet lord was still dressed in a snow-white robe. She sat barefoot on the shore of the lake, her white feet casually kicking in the water. Her every movement was emitting a natural rhythm. Dongbua Shue-ing sighed inwardly. This Ripple Lady planet lord had the most natural aura of a paragon he had ever seen. Water might seem ordinary, but it is extremely important in the entire universe. Without it, there would be no life. The Ripple Lady planet lord said, "The power of water is also an important power in the field of smithing. In terms of smithing, even if we include rulers, the planet lord is ranked in the top 3. Dongbua Shue-ing said, "Compared to your master, I am still far from it. Bloodblade is indeed a genius of our universe epoch." Ripple Lady planet master stood up. Stepping on the grass, she slowly walked over. Dongbua Shue-ing, you are also considered a genius. I thought that when I refined and condensed the sun star nucleus stone, you would have already transcended into a true god. Dongbua Shue-ing shook his head. How can cultivation be so easy? I have only just comprehended all 9 grade 1 deity hearts. To truly fuse them into one and form the laws of heaven and earth, I am still lacking the final step. I believe that with your perception, you'll be able to do it very quickly. The Ripple Lady planet lord flipped her hand. A small black stone appeared in her palm. It was roughly the size of a fingernail and looked very ordinary. But Dongbua Shue-ing's eyes lit up. He could feel that the laws of profound mysteries around the sun star nucleus stone had started to change. The power of water was being repelled, the surrounding temperature rose by a lot, and even space-time was being suppressed. A stone can change the laws? Dongbua Shue-ing was slightly surprised. For you. The Ripple Lady planet lord threw it over. I have not been able to rest these past few years. I know Star Lord has worked hard. Dongbua Shue-ing said as he received the Sun Star Nucleus Stone. The Sun Star Nucleus Stone was warm, but if he tried to sense it with his luminous sun force, he would discover that the Sun Star Nucleus Stone contained an incomparably terrifying power. The luminous sun force was incinerated into nothingness as soon as it entered. Although Dongbua Shue-ing was shocked, he was not surprised. Although he had long since mastered the 4th revolution of the 4th volume of Luminous Sun, even the rulers who went to the deepest part of the Sun Star, the Sun Star core, would be instantly turned into nothingness. This fingernail-sized stone contained extremely little energy, but its quality was extremely high. It was reasonable for the luminous sun force to be easily incinerated, to be able to affect the surrounding laws. Truly unimaginable. Dongbua Shue-ing could vaguely sense that there was a huge secret behind the composition of this stone. However, he was unable to sense it at all. Every time he tried to sense it, it would be incinerated into nothingness. Naturally, there was no way to comprehend it. Dongbua Shue-ing guessed that not even hegemons would be able to comprehend it. Don't forget what you promised me. Ripple Lady planet master smiled. Of course. Dongbua Shue-ing said, a promise was worth its weight in gold. Also, other than my subordinates, no one else knows about the matter of me refining the Sun Star Nucleus Stone for you. Ripple Lady planet master said, my subordinates don't have the guts to leak the news either, so this matter should remain a secret. However, since you have been collecting precious materials wantonly, I reckon that many powerful existences of the deity world and dark abyss will have their guesses as well. Thanks, Dongbua Shue-ing said. He was not afraid of threats, but Chihua Laozu was comparatively weaker. Then I shall take my leave first, Dongbua Shue-ing said. I hope that the next time we meet, you will have already transcended. Ripple Lady Planet Master said, I am waiting for the day you become a paragon. Otherwise, your favor will not be of much use to me. I also hope that your wish will come true. Dongbua Shui Ing chuckled. Towards someone like Ripple Lady Planet Master, as a paragon, and the #1 paragon in smithing, there were indeed many who would ask her for help. If he could not become a paragon, then his favor would be useless to her. After Dongbua Shui Ing took the Sun Star Nucleus Stone, he quietly returned. Black Fog Sea. On the way back, Dongbua Shui Ing had already sent a message to Chihua Laozu. Look, after returning to his residence, Dongbua Shui Ing took out the Sun Star Nucleus Stone. Looking at this small black stone, he could see that the laws of heaven and earth around it were changing. Chihua Laozu's eyes instantly turned red, and his body started to tremble slightly. This Sun Star Nucleus Stone could affect the laws around it, greatly reducing the damage that flames could do to him. This allowed him to descend to the second layer of the Sun Star, the Sunstone layer. By descending to this layer, his chances of cultivation would increase greatly. In this lifetime, he might even be able to open up his own path and become a paragon. Without this stone, he could not see any hope. Without hope, no matter how long the days were, they would still be boring. This was also the reason why Chihua Laozu had shamelessly asked for Dongbua Shui Ing's help, even though he knew that asking for Dongbua Shui Ing's help might be a little overboard. And Dongbua Shui Ing did not hesitate to do this for him. Snow Eagle, thank you, thank you. Chihua Laozu's voice was trembling slightly. Ancestor, why are you thanking me? Dongbua Shui Ing laughed. I won't be giving this Sun Star Nucleus Stone to you for now. Chihua Laozu was stunned. Not giving. Although Chihua Laozu was anxious, he still asked, What do you intend to do? I don't have any other intentions. Dongbua Shui Ing said, If I give it to you, you will immediately return to the Sun Star. Once you are noticed by some powerful existences, what do you think they will think? 600,000 years ago, I had been collecting precious materials without restraint. During these 600,000 years, you have been living here with me. Now you are returning to the Sun Star? Furthermore, if you were to guess how long Ripple Lady Planet Lord would need to refine and condense it, anyone with a bit of intelligence would be able to guess. Chihua Laozu felt a wave of fear. That's right. He had lived in the Black Fog Sea for 600,000 years. Why did he suddenly return? Connecting this to the Sun Star Nucleus Stone, it was indeed possible to guess. Continue living in the Black Fog Sea. Everything will be normal. Dongbua Shui Ing said, Isn't your main body at the Sun Star? I will personally make a trip to send the Sun Star Nucleus Stone over. Moreover, I intend to cultivate on the Sun Star. Firstly, if someone were to secretly investigate, they would think that I am using the Sun Star Nucleus Stone to cultivate. Secondly, if someone really wants to act, I can help you. Chihua Laozu felt that Dongbua Shui Ing's considerations were very thorough. He hurriedly said, Actually, the powerful existences probably won't believe that you will give the Sun Star Nucleus Stone to me. After all, it is simply too precious. I know you are anxious. I will head out tomorrow, Dongbua Shui Ing said. After speaking to his wife, Dongbua Shui Ing left the next day. It was a small matter for him to separate from his wife and children. This was because his family was in the Crimson Rock Mountain of the Xia people's world, and they could meet at any time. As a cultivator, he had to be cautious. In the material world, not even sovereigns could kill him. Naturally, he had to make good use of this opportunity. As time passed, if the Xia people's world were to collapse, he would have to leave. At that time, he would no longer have such perfect protection. Whoosh! Piloting the Starfield flying ship, Dongbua Shui Ing stood at the prow of the ship and traversed through the space-time tunnel. Although he was very familiar with the sun when he was a mortal, he had never actually entered the Sun Star. The Sun Star existed in a different space-time. It was not on the same level as normal space-time. In fact, it was not even on the same level as the River of Time. It was located at the very core of the universe. There, its light could illuminate the entire universe. Chapter 6, 27. Standing at the bow of the star-filled flying ship, Dongbua Shuang looked at the layers of space-time in front of him. The sun star in front of him, at the start, emitted a warm light. But as he got closer, the temperature of the sunlight on his body rose rapidly. At the same time, the sun star became larger and larger in his field of vision. Finally, he completely passed through space-time and arrived at the core of the universe. Dongbua Shuang narrowed his eyes as he looked at the incomparably huge sun star in front of him. From time to time, flames would shoot up into the sky from the sun star. It emitted a surging heat, and this heat brought with it the power of destruction and life. It penetrated through space-time and was omnipresent. Even in the dark regions that were covered, the power of the sun star was still permeating through. At the same time, it was extremely powerful. The laws that caused Dongbua Shuang to feel suffocated were also surging out in all directions. The laws of the sun star. Dongbua Shuang had to admit that only when he faced the sun star up close would he realize that its laws might be on the same level as the material plane and the dark abyss, but the pressure it exuded was much stronger. The material plane was like a land filled with life. The dark abyss was like a barren desert. As for the sun star, it was like a meteorite formed from a huge continent. It brought with it a powerful offensive power that rampaged about. It is truly tyrannical and has the power of destruction that strikes fear in others. But amidst the destruction, there is also the power of life. Dongbua Shuang sighed. He kept the star-filled flying ship and flew towards the sun star at high speed. The sun star was not suitable for living. Those who cultivated here had to reach an extremely high level of strength. Ordinary stage for heavenly sovereigns would probably be incinerated into ashes the moment they stepped onto the sun star. Dongbua Shuang landed on the surface of the sun star. Although the surface of the sun star was blazing with flames, these flames had already liquefied. The entire surface of the sun star was like a sea formed from liquid flames. In this huge ocean there were even some waves. The waves would cause the flames to surge even more violently. Rumble! Dongbua Shuang looked into the distance. The glow of the flames was incomparably dazzling. The sea of flames beneath his feet was still, considered calm. The water's surface was squirming slowly, and there was a turbulent area in the distance. Snow Eagle. A figure flew over from afar. It was none other than Chihua Laozu's main body. Old ancestor. Dongbua Shuang smiled. "Sorry for troubling you all the way here," said Chihua Laozu. "It's nothing much. I've been in seclusion for a long time now, so it's about time for me to come out for a walk." Dongbua Shuang replied, now that he had comprehended all 9 grade 1 deity hearts. The next step would be to perfectly fuse them into the laws of the heaven and earth. Cultivating in seclusion was not a good idea. Places like the extreme yang star and the extreme yin star were very suitable for cultivation. The laws here far surpassed the laws of the world. Just by comprehending a little, one might be able to make a breakthrough. This is a sun star nucleus stone. Dongbua Shuang tossed it over. Chihua Laozu took it, suppressed his excitement, and said, "Let's go, I'll bring you in to take a look." "Who?" The two of them immediately dove into the sun ocean, flying towards its depths. A layer of luminous sun force covered Dongbua Shuang's body, allowing him to easily isolate the sun ocean. The sun star is a place filled with destruction. No living beings can be born here. Chihua Laozu said, "Oh." Dongbua Shuang chuckled and didn't retort. Back then, his master, Bloodblade, had given him a large amount of information. Within the 5th layer of the sun star, the sun abyssal pond, there were 2 terrifying living beings. According to his master's description, strictly speaking, they couldn't be considered normal living beings. They were the incarnations of a portion of the sun star's laws, and they had the strength of a ruler. Up till now, they had never left the sun star before. Most of their time was spent in slumber within the sun abyssal pond, playing and occasionally entering the fourth layer, the void black soil layer. Only rulers could enter the void black soil layer. Even amongst paragons, only a few could enter. For example, Paragon Huicheng and Monarch Green. Hence, the existence of these two terrifying living beings was indeed a secret. Most powerful existences wouldn't know about them after flying for a long time. Only then did Dongbua Shuiying and Shuiying descend to the bottom of the Sun Ocean, the outermost layer. Dongbua Shuiying looked downwards. He could clearly see the boundless thick stone layer. Hidden within the stone layer was an even more terrifying flame energy. Chihua, Laozu descended on the stone layer and sat down cross-legged. The surface of his body affected the surrounding laws, and even formed a resonance with the laws of the entire sun star. The damage that the surrounding flames dealt to him was greatly reduced. Relying on the sun star nucleus stone, I can sit here, but I don't dare to go any deeper. Chihua Laozu laughed. Dongbua Shuiying descended as well. His feet landed on the stone layer. Be careful, Chihua Laozu warned. Dongbua Shuiying was extremely calm. The luminous sun force that he had used to protect his feet was pierced through by the traces of flames on the stone layer. Clearly, the luminous sun force was extremely young and unyielding, and wasn't suitable for defense. A layer of black armor naturally appeared on Dongbua Shuiying's body, easily blocking this layer of flames. What a joke! Dongbua Shuiying's extreme annihilation mysterious body armor was able to withstand an all-out attack from the White Sovereign King, and would only suffer some damage. Most apex paragons wouldn't dare to withstand an all-out attack from the White Sovereign King. One could see how tyrannical the defense of Dongbua Shuiying's body was as a member of the Army of Destruction. In terms of defense, he wasn't any weaker than an apex paragon. It is indeed different. Dongbua Shuiying stepped on it. He instantly felt the undulations of the sun attribute laws changing. Dong, dong, dong! An extremely intense impact caused Dongbua Shuiying's heartbeat to accelerate. The powerful and tyrannical laws and profound mysteries enveloped Dongbua Shuiying. Dongbua Shuiying carefully experienced it for a long time before opening his eyes. How is it? Shocking, right? Chihua Laozu chuckled. As long as you can grasp a strand of its might, you will be able to open your own Tao path. Grasping a portion of its might will allow you to fight against rulers. It is indeed amazing. Let me go deeper to take a look. Dongbua Shuiying said. Go deeper? Chihua Laozu was startled. By relying on the sun star nucleus stone, he was only at the surface of the second layer. Hua! The moment Dongbua Shuiying finished speaking, he had already forcefully penetrated through. His powerful strength forcefully pushed aside the obstruction of the stone layer as he went deeper. As he went deeper, the stone layer above him started to slowly heal. Dongbua Shuiying continued to fly deeper. Along the way, the stone layer was constantly being pierced through. Although the might of the flames within the stone layer was gradually increasing, it was still not a threat to the armor. In a desolate area of the deity world, in a desolate starry sky, there was a floating continent. On the continent, there were countless black bamboos. The black bamboos emitted a coldness that caused one's heart to turn cold. Countless black bamboos covered 90% of the continent. In the center of the continent, there was a chain of luxurious palaces. Within one of the palaces, the doors of the palace were closed. Within the palace, there was only a black-robed, skinny man sitting on the throne. His skin was also black, and there were strange patterns on it. On his forehead, there were even 2 protrusions. He was the bamboo saint of the 2 saints of the ink race. He was also the bamboo saint who had forcefully snatched Chihua Laozu's sun star nucleus stone. A voice suddenly resounded throughout the palace. Bamboo Saint, Ripple Lady Planet, Lord refined a sun-star nucleus stone and gave it to Dongbua Shuang. Then Dongbua Shuang went to the sun-star and gave it to Chihua Laozu. The two of them are currently on the sun-star. This voice was cold. Bamboo Saint's lips curled into a smile. Admirable, admirable. Your method of sensing the sun-star nucleus stone is truly amazing. Humph. That cold voice snorted and no longer resounded. Bamboo Saint sat there cross-legged. Through karma, he sensed. Indeed, on the sun-star, Dongbua Shuang and Chihua Laozu were both there. Dongbua Shuang is here too? This is slightly troublesome. Even though this brat has cultivated for a short period of time, his ranking on the Cosmos Deity Demon list is slightly higher than mine. Bamboo Saint said, we have to wait. Wait for Dongbua Shuang to leave before killing Chihua Laozu and snatching the sun-star nucleus stone. Chapter 6:28. But to offer up a sun-star nucleus stone, the sect leader is truly generous. Bamboo Saint smiled. With a flip of his hand, a simple and unadorned black metal appeared. On the black metal, there were densely packed golden words. If I were to obtain another sun-star nucleus stone from Chihua Laozu, the sect leader's bestowment shouldn't be any lower than the previous one. I feel that my accumulation is becoming more and more profound. With another bestowment, I might be able to open my own Tao. Bamboo Saint looked at the black metal in his hand with a smile on his face. Chihua Laozu, you are my benefactor. Your face is quite big to be able to get Dongbua Shuang to gift you a sun-star nucleus stone. The more Bamboo Saint thought about it, the more pleased he became. If the sun-star nucleus stone was with Dongbua Shuang, he would not be able to do anything. After all, Dongbua Shuang was indeed very strong. Even a paragon would find it hard to kill him. If there was a slight delay, Dongbua Shuang's good friend Paragon Huicheng and the others would most likely rush over to rescue him. Thus, if the treasure was with Dongbua Shuang, he would not dare to have any thoughts. As for Chihua Laozu, he was much weaker. In the depths of the sun-star, Dongbua Shuang was wearing a black armor. He forcefully penetrated through the sunstone layer. A passage was forcefully squeezed out of the sunstone layer by him before the passage closed up. He continued to penetrate. The surrounding flames were suffused with strands of golden stars. The power was getting stronger and stronger. However, the extreme annihilation mysterious body armor was still able to withstand it. This sunstone layer is too thick. Comparatively, the sun ocean is much shallower. Dongbua Shuang thought to himself. With his current strength, even with the obstruction of the sunstone layer, his speed could still reach close to 1,000,000 miles per second. And now he had been traveling for over a day, yet he was still within the sunstone layer. The power of the flames was also gradually increasing. Finally, after 5 days of traveling through the sunstone layer, Dongbua Shuang was deep in the sunstar. Around the sealed stone layer, there were wisps of fire. Each wisp of fire glowed with golden light. These wisps of fire could easily incinerate an almighty. Only the extreme annihilation mysterious body armor allowed Dongbua Shuang to stay here safely. Are we about to reach the third level? Dongbua Shuang stopped. He could faintly feel a very weak fluctuation. It was very weak, but it came from the deepest part of the sunstar. When it was transmitted to his body, Dongbua Shuang's extreme annihilation mysterious body armor trembled slightly. Solar wave layer. Dongbua Shuang understood that he had already reached the edge of the third layer of the sunstar, the solar wave layer. Normally, only top-tier supremacies could safely stay within the solar wave layer. Weaker venerables wouldn't be able to withstand this solar wave, and their bodies would be shattered into nothingness. There were extremely few paragons like Paragon Huicheng and Monarch Green who could pass through the entire solar wave layer and enter the void black soil layer. The void black soil layer Dongbua Shui didn't dare to think about it. After all, Paragon Huicheng could enter because he was the most proficient in flames amongst paragons. He walked on the Tao of Flames, and would naturally have an easier time. As for Monarch Green, his combat strength was already comparable to a ruler. As for the other Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master, Mysterious North Imperial Empress, Bitter Cultivator, and others who were extremely heaven-defying, they were unable to enter the void, black soil layer. In terms of defense, Dongbua Shui didn't dare to say that he was comparable to Bitter Cultivator and the others. Who? Dongbua Shui continued going deeper. The solar wave layer was still filled with rocks. As Dongbua Shui went deeper, the power of the solar wave grew stronger and stronger. Wang. The deeper he went, the more intense the ripples became. It caused Dongbua Shui's armor to tremble continuously. However, he was still able to withstand it. The rocks are starting to soften. Dongbua Shui was astonished. The rocks of the sun star weren't real rocks. Instead, they were existences formed from flames. Currently, under the impact of the solar wave, the deeper he went, the more the solids started to soften. Dongbua Shui relied on the extreme annihilation mysterious body armor to travel. He was also rather curious about the sun star. Hence, he forced himself to go deeper. However, gradually the extreme annihilation mysterious body armor started to crack under the impact of the solar wave. Dongbua Shui immediately circulated the energy in his body to repair it. As long as he could repair it, he would be able to continue. The surrounding rocks were becoming softer, like soft mud. This soft mud is gradually transforming into the void black soil. Dongbua Shui looked at the surrounding soft mud. The soft mud was golden in color, with some traces of black. The flames that appeared in the soft mud were also pure, golden flames. Golden stars flickered, and the power caused Dongbua Shui's black armor to start showing signs of wear and tear. However, comparatively speaking, the threat of the solar wave was greater. I'm almost at the limit of my repair. Shui stopped. The surrounding soft, golden soil flowed and emitted flames. A terrifying shockwave swept across a large area time after time. Every single time it swept across, cracks would appear on the armor. Dongbua Shui diverted his attention to repair. At the same time, he sensed the laws of the sun star. He closed his eyes. Boom! 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 There was the profundity of flames. The flames were domineering and overbearing, burning everything. That was a rude and unreasonable attitude that left no room for negotiation. Who? This was the profundity of the solar wave. The solar wave swept everywhere, and all kinds of solar waves were slightly different. When Dongbua Shui sensed it, he even felt like he was in a traveler's world, watching waves crashing against the shore. The solar wave was the same. Every wave within was different. It was precisely because of the combination of countless different waves that when swept, the power was stronger. The deeper he went, the more combined waves there were, and the stronger the power. The further he went, the fewer waves there were, the weaker the power. Dongbua Shui even understood that the solar wave represented a Tao. Once this Tao path was opened, he could stand there and release the solar wave in all directions. Even the bodies of pinnacle supremacies would not be able to withstand it. Their bodies would be pulverized. This is a domain-type Tao that covers a large area. Furthermore, it is extremely powerful and offensive. Dongbua Shui understood that once the solar wave was unleashed, it would affect all space and time. It could not be avoided and could only be resisted. If he could withstand it, he would live. If he could not, he would die. However, it's not suitable for me to pursue power. If I immerse myself in studying the solar wave, it will be troublesome if I really open up a Tao path. Dongbua Shui smiled. If he could not transcend, he would forever be lost in the river of time. I'll transcend first. After that, I can study this to my heart's content. Dongbua Shue Ing pondered over the solar wave for a while before focusing all his attention on the laws of the sun star's operation. The sun star itself was a system of its own. It was an even larger world. Dongbua Shue Ing studied its structure and perfected his understanding of the profound mysteries of the world. After all, his own Tao path was to use the profound mysteries of the world to encompass all laws and form the laws of heaven and earth. In the depths of the sun star's third layer, the solar wave layer, Dongbua Shuang was quietly comprehending and experiencing. Actually, Dongbua Shuang believed that his understanding of the world was very deep. However, if he wanted to combine them into a complete set of laws of heaven and earth, he still lacked that flash of inspiration. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 13,000 years had passed. Mu, a deep and vigorous sound faintly transmitted from the depths of the sun star. Dongbua Shuang, who was surrounded by the golden ooze, suddenly opened his eyes. He revealed a look of surprise. Is that the two Dominator rank life forms of the sun pool? Chapter 6, 29. Dongbua Shuang closed his eyes, listening to the roar. The ripples were already very weak. However, Dongbua Shuang was still able to follow the ripples and determine the rough location of the source of the roar. It was a huge being. It was flying leisurely while letting out roars. Based on its position, it should be flying in the void black soil layer. It is time to return. Dongbua Shuang opened his eyes and revealed a smile. I did not expect to be able to hear the roar of a being from the sun abyss. My luck is not bad. Following which he returned. On the surface of the sun star, Chihua Laozu sent Dongbua Shuang off. Leaving so early? Chihua Laozu asked. Haha, old ancestor, to you, 10,000 years is very short, but to me it is already very long. Dongbua Shuang laughed. Furthermore, cultivating in the depths of the sun star requires me to be distracted and recover from my injuries. I am preparing to return to the Black Fog Sea and meditate on my gains this time. When I cultivate in the sunstone layer, I have to be distracted and defend against the flames. It is true that I am unable to fully comprehend. Usually I would return to the surface of the sun star to comprehend. Chihua Laozu said, alternating between tension and relaxation is the correct way. Dongbua Shuang nodded. There is no need to send me off. Following which, he waved his hand and a starfield flying ship appeared beside him. He stepped on the starfield flying ship and left through space-time. Chihua Laozu watched as Dongbua Shuang left and revealed a smile. Following which, he used karma to sense for a while before heaving a sigh of relief. Bamboo Saint is still in his lair. That's right, Snow Eagle's request for Ripple Lady Star Lord to refine the Sun Star Nucleus Stone is a secret. I have to be even more careful. It is impossible for Bamboo Saint to know. Following which, he turned and returned to his wooden house on the surface of the Sun Star Ocean and started to reflect on his gains in the past 10,000 years. Within a dark hall, in the main hall, Bamboo Saint sat there and looked at the black metal in his hands. His eyelids twitched as he glanced in the direction of the sun star. A cold smile appeared on his face. Dongbua Shuang has returned? I knew it. This brat has only cultivated for a short period of time. So how long can he stay on the sun star? To him, the most important thing is probably transcendence. There's no hurry. After a few days, I'll set off secretly and kill Chihua Laozu. Then, the sun star nucleus stone will be mine. Hee, another huge harvest. Bamboo Saint's eyes lit up. Black Mist Sea. Who? Dongbua Shuang returned to the imperial monarch's estate, but he wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he accompanied his wife, Jingqiu, and it just so happened that his son, Dongbuyu, was there as well. The family of 3 gathered together and chatted, and they even discussed the various laws and profundities of cultivation. On this day, Father, this is a new sword art that I've created. Dongbuyu stood up. Dongbua Shuang and Jingqiu sat by the side. drinking tea as they watched with delight. It had been over 700,000 years since he established the estate, and his accumulations were incomparably deep. He was much stronger than when he first came out of the Three Chieftains' sacred mountain. Many of his son's comprehensions were still immature in his eyes, and there were even many mistakes. However, he still encouraged and praised his son before guiding him. This sword art was extremely dazzling. The heaven and earth seemed to have sunk into primal chaos. Within the primal chaos, an extreme point appeared, and the sword art shone resplendently like a rainbow. "Father, how's the sword art?" Dongbuyu asked. It suddenly appeared within the primal chaos, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. "Not bad," Dongbu Shuang said. "However, its might is slightly weaker. The profound mysteries of primal chaos can be condensed into an extreme point, and there's a technique to condense it. Take a look." Dongbu Shuang lightly tapped with his right hand. Dong! The space where his finger touched actually collapsed. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye collapsed towards the center before converging into a dark point. That was the extreme point. This extreme point abruptly burst forth, transforming into a dazzling rainbow light that streaked across the sky, tearing through the starry sky before dissipating. Dongbuyu's eyes lit up as he watched. These ripples! Jingqiu's eyes also lit up. Her cultivation was slightly slower, but she had grasped hold of 7 grade 1 deity hearts. She also discovered that the ripples created by Dongbu Shuang's finger were extraordinary. "This has a portion of the profound mysteries of the solar ripples," Dongbu Shuang said. Solar ripples. Dongbu Shuang had, after all, spent 13,000 years in the solar star. Although his main focus was to comprehend the circulation laws of the solar star, he still managed to gain some insights from the solar ripples. Perhaps it was because the countless ripples of the solar ripples were similar to the countless thin tubes within the black feather, or perhaps he had some comprehension ability in this aspect. In any case, the benefits he gained were not small. However, Dongbu Shuang did not dare to delve into it. Even though it was extremely difficult to open one's own Tao after reaching the opening realm, even if he did delve into the solar ripples, it was unlikely that he would be able to open his own Tao. However, Dongbu Shuang had learned his lesson from the Army of Destruction's commander. In addition to his teacher's repeated reminders, he chose not to purposely pursue power. "Solar ripples?" Jingqiu exclaimed. "The 3rd layer of the solar star?" "Amen." Dongbu Shuang nodded. "Later on, you must properly spar with me. Let me see how powerful the solar ripples is." Jingqiu said, "I want to learn as well." Dongbuyu added. Dongbu Shuang smiled and nodded. Suddenly his expression changed. "Hong!" A figure shot out from the monarch residence. It was Chihua Laozu, who had been staying here for a long time. Chihua Laozu's face was filled with anxiety. "Snow Eagle, you must help me this time." "I know." Dongbu Shuang's face was ashen. "You truly have guts." On the surface of the solar star, shooting out of the wooden house, Chihua Laozu stared furiously at the skinny black-robed man in the distance. That skinny man had black skin and patterns on his face. He looked at Chihua Laozu with a smile that was not a smile. "Chihua, I've come to see you again. What are you doing here?" Chihua Laozu said furiously. Although he was nervous, he believed that no one should know that he had the solar star nucleus stone. "Of course, it's for the solar star nucleus stone on you." Bamboo Saint laughed weirdly. "Are you going to hand it over obediently? Or should I kill you and take it away?" "You." Chihua Laozu was in disbelief. "How did you?" "Hand it over. I don't wish to waste time." Bamboo Saint said indifferently. At this moment, he was using karma to scout and easily knew the location of Dongbu Shuang, Paragon Huicheng, and others. Dongbu Shuang would need a long time to rush over. This amount of time was sufficient for him to kill Chihua Laozu more than 10 times. After all, he was ranked 53rd on the Cosmos Deity Demon list, and was in existence close to the Paragon realm. His ranking was slightly higher than Old Ancestor, Golden Firmament. Hua! Through karma, a figure condensed by the side. It was a black-robed, cold young man. Bamboo Saint. Oh! Bamboo Saint glanced at the black-robed young man. This was merely an incarnation that descended through karma and didn't pose any threat. He exclaimed, "So it's Monarch Dongbua. What's the matter?" "Bamboo Saint, don't you think you're going overboard?" Dongbua Shui-ing suppressed his anger. The main reason was that he couldn't rush over immediately. Overboard? Isn't the survival of the fittest the rule of the universe? Bamboo Saint exclaimed. Dongbua Shui-ing could feel how unbridled this Bamboo Saint was. His expression changed. This Bamboo Saint didn't seem to give him any face. "Bamboo Saint, this Sun Star Nucleus Stone is something I lent to Chihua Laozu. That's mine." "Why? You want to snatch it from me?" "Snatch from you?" Bamboo Saint sneered. "So what if I snatch from you?" "Monarch Dongbua, you and I are on the same level. You dare to be arrogant in front of me?" Chihua Laozu was also angered. "You snatched it once, and you want to snatch it a second time?" "I'm snatching it from you. Who asked you to be weak?" Bamboo Saint said softly. Chihua Laozu's face turned red from anger. "Dongbua Shui-ing, those ordinary powerful existences might give you face. But in front of me, what are you? A little brat with some absolute arts. A stage for world deity." Bamboo Saint sneered. "All right, I can't be bothered to speak with you. Chihua, since you don't want to hand it over, I can only send you on your way." "Bamboo Saint, you—" Chihua Laozu was infuriated, but in his heart he was in despair. He was clear of the difference in strength between them. He couldn't escape. One-on-one, it was too easy for Bamboo Saint to kill him. "Bamboo Saint," Dongbua Shui-ing said from the side, "that year when you snatched Chihua Laozu, Chihua and I could ignore it. But this time you have to stop, according to the promise. If he couldn't repair the array on the tattered cloth, he would have to return the Sun Star Nucleus Stone to Ripple Lady Planet Lord. If it was snatched, how could he return it?" "Stop!" Bamboo Saint suddenly extended his hand. The huge right hand was like a curtain descending from the sky. Every finger had turned into a black bamboo, and the 5 black bamboos were emitting endless, baleful energy. Forefather's scarlet flame suddenly roared and turned into a dazzling, deep purple light. This deep purple streamer emitted a terrifying temperature, burning everything. But Bamboo Saint's enormous palm directly grabbed it. That black bamboo was filled with toughness and coldness, completely suppressing this flame. Pum! 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 Both sides clashed. No matter how Chihua Laozu struggled, he was like a beast trapped in a cage. Every time they clashed, he would be injured. Although this flaming body had strong survivability, with each injury he was getting closer and closer to death. Ha ha ha. Bamboo Saint even glanced at Dongbua Shui-ing by the side. Following a final unwilling roar, "Bamboo Saint!" Chihua Laozu's true body was finally destroyed. Bamboo Saint very quickly found the Sun Star Nucleus Stone from the items left behind by Chihua Laozu. Sun Star Nucleus Stone, another one? Bamboo Saint looked at Dongbua Shui-ing by the side and laughed. "Ha ha ha. Dongbua Shui-ing, I have killed him." "What can you do? Ha ha ha." Dongbua Shui-ing's eyes flashed with killing intent. "You are courting death." Hua. Dongbua Shui-ing's figure disappeared. Angry? Bamboo Saint was startled when he saw this, but he immediately laughed. "Our strengths are similar. What can you do to me?" Following which, he took a step and disappeared through time. Only the Sun Star Nucleus Stone remained, emitting light and heat. Chapter 630. Black Fog Ocean, Dongbua Monarch Residence. Jingqiu and Dongbua Yu looked at Dongbua Shui-ing and Chihua Laozu in doubt. "Father, old ancestor, what exactly happened?" Dongbua Yu could not help but ask. "A little troublesome matter." Dongbua Shui-ing furrowed his brows. Chihua Laozu was slightly anxious as his face turned pale. In just a moment, he felt powerless as he looked at Dongbua Shuiying and said softly, "Snow Eagle, this is because I was unable to protect the Sun Star Nucleus Stone. Everything is because of me. In the future, if you want to return the Sun Star Nucleus Stone to Ripple Lady Star Lord, I will return it to you." Chihua Laozu's voice was very weak, because he was clear how could he return it. The Sun Star Nucleus Stone was such a precious treasure. There was no way he could return it. I'm sorry. Chihua Laozu said softly. At this moment, his heart was filled with hatred, guilt, and vexation. He even regretted asking Dongbua Shuiying for help. If he did not ask Dongbua Shuiying for help, wouldn't this matter not have happened? The Sun Star Nucleus Stone, if he asked Dongbua Shuiying to return it, how could he return it? This has nothing to do with you. Dongbua Shuiying said coldly, "This is a matter between me and Bamboo Saint. I already said it was mine, but he actually snatched it." "Jingqiu, you or I'm going out for a while," Dongbua Shuiying said. "Oh," Dongbua Yue replied. "Be careful." Jingqiu could guess what Dongbua Shuiying wanted to do, so she instructed, "Don't worry. A mere bamboo saint is nothing to me." Dongbua Shuiying grinned. "Huh." He immediately soared into the sky and left quickly. Chihua Laozu raised his head to send off Dongbua Shuiying with his eyes. His fists were clenched tightly. His heart was filled with regret and unwillingness. Bamboo Saint's words kept reverberating in his ears. "Who asked you to be weak? Who asked you to be weak? Who asked you to be weak?" It reverberated over and over again, as though countless insects were biting his heart. Guilt towards Dongbua Shuiying, anger towards Bamboo Saint, and all sorts of other emotions filled his heart. In a rather remote star field of the divine world, on a huge black bamboo continent, within a chain of palaces, Bamboo Saint was currently caressing a black bamboo. He had a smile on his face, and his mood was extremely good. "I really didn't expect that I would actually obtain 2 precious Sun Star Nucleus Stones from an ordinary almighty existence, Chihua Laozu. Ha ha ha, this luck is really invincible. Ha ha ha. When I offer that Sun Star Nucleus Stone to the sect leader, I wonder what he will bestow upon me." Bamboo Saint's expression suddenly changed as he looked into the distance. His gaze pierced through the distance and saw a time-space tunnel that had just been torn open in the starry sky outside of the black bamboo continent. From that time-space tunnel, a black-robed teenager walked out. The baleful aura emitted by the black-robed teenager had already enveloped the sky and earth. Bamboo Saint's pupils constricted. Looking at that figure, he muttered softly, "Dongbua Shuiying actually dared to come?" He asked himself. He and Dongbua Shuiying were the 53rd and 52nd, respectively, on the Cosmos Deity Demon list. Their strengths were comparable, and now he was in his own territory. From how he saw it, even if Dongbua Shuiying were to kill his way over, it would only be a waste of energy and would not be a threat to him. Since that was the case, he believed that with Dongbua Shuiying's intelligence, he would not be so foolish as to kill his way over. But in reality, he still came. Paragon Huicheng did not come. Bamboo Saint relied on karma to confirm that Paragon Huicheng, who had a deep relationship with Dongbua Shuiying, did not come. Just him alone. Bamboo Saint's lips curled into a sneer. His mind was filled with rage, and he became stupid. Walking out of the time-space tunnel, the baleful aura on Dongbua Shuiying's body soared into the sky. His eyes were cold as he looked at the continent that was filled with black bamboos. Countless black bamboos were emitting an evil aura and chill. "Bamboo Saint!" Dongbua Shuiying shouted. His voice rumbled as he borrowed the power of the world to envelop the entire black bamboo continent. "Bamboo Saint! Bamboo Saint! Bamboo Saint!" Angry roars rumbled and resounded throughout the vast black bamboo continent. Many of Bamboo Saint's subordinates were alarmed. All of them were slightly trembling. Though contained within the angry roar caused all of them to fall to the ground. Some of the weaker ones even fainted instantly. Isn't this Monarch Dongbois? Why, just because you lost a Sun Star nucleus stone, you dare to be impudent? A figure flashed and appeared in the sky above the black bamboo continent. He was facing Dongbois Shui-ing from afar. This figure was the black-robed, black-skinned, and tattooed Bamboo Saint. Bamboo Saint smiled brilliantly. Dongbois Shui-ing, aren't you overestimating yourself? I advise you to leave obediently. Otherwise, if we continue fighting, you will only be asking for humiliation. The rage in Dongbois Shui-ing's heart continued to rise. 700,000 years of cultivation. Dongbois Shui-ing thought that his temper had been tempered. But this Bamboo Saint had completely infuriated him. He had snatched the Sun Star nucleus stone twice and was still so arrogant. Such cultivators were looked down upon by Dongbois Shui-ing. Amongst mortals, they were scum. To do evil, yet not be seen as evil. Such evil had long seeped into one's bones. It was just that there were many of such people in the dark abyss. His own strength was limited, which was why Dongbois Shui-ing did not meddle in other people's business. But since Bamboo Saint had stepped on his face and pissed on him, how could Dongbois Shui-ing endure it? Old friend. Dongbois Shui-ing flipped his hand, and a scarlet-red spear appeared. This was a blood-refined deity weapon that had been nurtured to the pinnacle of world deity weapons, the Scarlet Cloud Spear. After a long period of nurturing, in Dongbois Shui-ing's hands, its might far surpassed that of ordinary world deity weapons. It was only a sliver away from becoming a true god weapon. 700,000 years. I'm going to start a massacre again. Dongbois Shui-ing's eyes were filled with killing intent. When mortals were young, they would go to the mountain range of desolation to kill. Although Dongbois Shui-ing had become much more gentle and reserved after his cultivation increased, he was still decisive when it came to taking action. Are you really going to act? The distant Bamboo Saint was startled when he saw this. I thought you were here to say some words and threaten to negotiate. You haven't even said 2 sentences, and you are already going to act? Monarch Dongbois, this is my territory. You are unable to do anything to me. Bamboo Saint spoke with a clear voice. Is that so? Dongbois Shui-ing said in a low voice. Then let's try. Bamboo Saint's face turned savage. Was he really going to act? Then let's do it. My array was set up by my elder brother. Although my elder brother is only ordinary amongst paragons, the array he set up, even if it can't stop a paragon, it shouldn't be a problem for it to stop a mere Dongbois Shui-ing. Bamboo Saint's face was gloomy as he stared at Dongbois Shui-ing. I've tried it myself, but I'm unable to break this array of mine. Dongbois Shui-ing raised his head and looked at Bamboo Saint. He then wielded the spear with both his hands and fiercely hacked over. Boom! As the Scarlet Cloud Spear hacked down, it also rapidly expanded in size. It was like a huge, heavenly pillar that spanned across billions of miles of the starry sky. Furthermore, as the Scarlet Cloud Spear hacked down, a huge illusory continent actually appeared around the spear. This continent was boundless and was much bigger than the ink bamboo continent below. The illusory continent had countless black tubes, faintly forming a terrifying pressure. Bamboo Saint's heart turned cold when he saw this. This is the first time in 700,000 years. At this moment, Dongbois Shui-ing's luminous sun force was surging within his body. Luminous sun force was slightly special. If it left his body, its offensive power would be greatly reduced. But when it was inside his body, the power it could unleash was extremely strong. This was the special characteristic of energy. Only by combining energy with matter could it unleash even stronger might. Dongbois Shui-ing's body, because of the extreme annihilation mysterious body, was also ridiculously strong. Back at the 3 Chieftains' sacred mountain, he was able to suppress Emperor Qi Hai in terms of strength. And now, his luminous sun force had already reached the 4th rank. Luminous sun force and extreme annihilation mysterious body were equal. They also complemented each other. The combination of energy and matter allowed Dongbua Shuiying's strength to be much stronger than back at the Three Chieftains' sacred mountain. Most importantly, 700,000 years of cultivation was much longer than Dongbua Shuiying's entire lifetime of cultivation before the Three Chieftains' sacred mountain. After comprehending all 9 deity hearts, he was no different from a powerful existence in terms of cultivation realm. He was only lacking in grasping the complete law of heaven and earth, because he did not dare to pursue strength in other aspects, but he did his best in the profound mysteries of the world. Because the path he had decided on, as well as the path that Bloodblade had suggested, was for Dongbua Shuiying to use the profound mysteries of the world to encompass the profound mysteries of other laws, forming the law of heaven and earth. Thus, he was doing his best to cultivate the profound mysteries of the world. 700,000 years of cultivation. In addition to the frequent time acceleration, his comprehension of the black feather and the tattered cloth scroll. With his comprehension ability, he had comprehended the 5 great secret skills of the world. All of them were secret skills of the profound mysteries of the world. And these 5 great moves were considered extremely strong moves among existences that were close to the paragon level. Thus, compared to when he was at the Three Chieftains' sacred mountain, the flaws in his cultivation realm had been completely made up for. The spear technique he was currently using was one of the 5 great secret skills of the world, the Black Feather Continent Suppression. Chapter 631. Dongbua Shuiying had spent a lot of time and effort on the black feather that 5th Martial Uncle had gifted to him during the opening banquet. Of the 5 great techniques that he had created, 2 of them were comprehended from the black feather. Although it was just the tip of the iceberg, its might was already extremely great. The move Black Feather Continent Suppression, once it was executed, the energy within his body would constantly accumulate. Finally, it would be as though a continent was suppressing him, and its might would instantly be suppressed. It could be said that this was a move that fully displayed the advantage of Dongbua Shuiying's strength. If he were to meet Emperor Qi Hai and the rest, Dongbua Shuiying would probably send them flying with a single move. Not good. Bamboo Saint raised his head and saw a gigantic mirage of a continent appearing on the sky, pillar-like spear. The entire mirage of the continent was in a weird feather shape. However, Bamboo Saint felt an intense thread in his heart. This spear definitely cannot be blocked. South he immediately descended. At the same time, the palaces in the center of the ink bamboo continent suddenly emitted countless air currents. Thousands of air currents swept in all directions, enveloping and protecting a large half of the continent. This array was personally set up by his elder brother, Leaf Saint. From Bamboo Saint's point of view, other than the Patrol Devil King and a few other existences, anyone below the Paragon realm would not be able to threaten him in his old nest. Hong, the sky pillar-like scarlet cloud spear, mightily pressed down. Bamboo Saint raised his head to watch from within the array. Only by looking at it from a close distance, looking at the gigantic feather-like mirage of the continent, could he clearly feel the fear in his heart. Why would there be a feather-like mirage of the continent? Bamboo Saint thought, forget it. I shall not fight with him. I shall hide under the array and borrow the power of the array to block him. With his pride, he originally wanted to make a move or two. However, after seeing the might of this spear, he dispelled that thought and decided to hide in the array like a tortoise. He had no choice. The power of this spear was too strong. The main reason was that Dongbua Shuiying's physical strength was too strong. The 2 ultimate arts he had were the luminous sun and the extreme annihilation mystic body, which complemented each other. One focused on energy, while the other focused on the physical body. Actually, it was very difficult to have 2 ultimate arts at the same time. This was because the luminous sun was known as the strongest and most unyielding ultimate art. There were also ultimate arts that cultivated the physical body, but it was too difficult to cultivate the physical body to a level comparable to the luminous sun. Only the army of destruction's extreme annihilation mystic body could compare. With the combination of the two, his strength was close to that of the patrol devil king, who had an extraordinary encounter. In addition, now that his realm had caught up, the moves he had comprehended from the Black Feather continent were naturally able to display a terrifying might. Bang! The Scarlet Cloud spear smashed into the array that was bursting with thousands of air currents. The huge illusory land pressed down. The formation suddenly caved in, followed by a series of popping sounds. Some of the hubs of the entire formation collapsed, and the thousands of air currents immediately began to dissipate. Impossible! Bamboo Saint, who was inside the formation, watched in disbelief as the entire formation collapsed. Elder Brother's formation. How is this possible? Nothing was impossible. Dongbua Shuiying's current offensive power was much stronger than when he fought against 3 opponents at the 3 Chieftains' Sacred Mountain. It was only because he had been cultivating for 700,000 years and had never made a move that the Primal Master did not change his ranking. It could be said that this terrifying move that he had displayed to his heart's content, even if it was slightly weaker than the Patrol Devil King's, it would still have 80% of its power. Regardless of whether it was Dongbua Shuiying or the Patrol Devil King, in terms of frontal attacks, they were already able to fight against ordinary paragons. Such a move naturally broke through the formation. Die for me. After Shuiying destroyed the array with a single spear, the power of his spear technique had weakened. That Bamboo Saint brandished a red pole and naturally parried against the spear. But Dongbua Shuiying suddenly retracted his spear and once again unleashed the same move. The spear was vast and mighty, and the Black Feather continent appeared. Again, Bamboo Saint was startled and furious. He did not have the slightest thought of fighting head-on. This Dongbua Shuiying, with such a suppressive technique, he should be close to the legendary Patrol Devil King, right? He's only ranked 52nd. Hua! Bamboo Saint's body turned into a shadow as he fled. The red pole in his hand suddenly expanded, and at the same time, countless of branches strangely appeared on the pole. The entire pole actually turned into a huge red bamboo. When Dongbua Shuiying's spear struck down, countless branches and leaves started to bend. I can't block it. His advantage in strength is too great. He can completely sweep through everything. Bamboo Saint's expression changed. I have to escape. If I don't escape, it would be troublesome. Just like at the 3 Chieftains' Sacred Mountain. Although Dongbua Shuiying had an advantage in strength against Emperor Qi Hai, his advantage was not too exaggerated. Secondly, Dongbua Shuiying's techniques were too crude, and others could avoid Dongbua Shuiying's advantages and attack his weaknesses. But it was different now. Dongbua Shuiying's spear technique was upright, but it was impossible to break it. At the very least, Bamboo Saint, who was known for his gentleness, was unable to break it. You can't break it, but you can't stop me from escaping. Bamboo Saint was very confident as he fled at high speed. You want to escape? Bamboo Saint looked ahead in astonishment. A total of 9 figures appeared in front of him, and all of them were Dongbua Shuiying dressed in dark blue robes. World clone. Bamboo Saint frowned. You want to stop me without a blood-refined god weapon? Without a blood-refined god weapon, I can still crush you. The 9 dark blue robes of Dongbua Shuiying acted at the same time, and at the same instant, countless luminous sun force appeared in the surrounding space. Under the circulation of the luminous sun force, the surroundings changed. Bamboo Saint looked at his surroundings in astonishment. Originally, it was his ink bamboo land, but now it was a sealed world. However, a portion of this sealed world had already collapsed, turning into endless gray mist. The gray fog pervaded everywhere, enveloping Bamboo Saint. Bamboo Saint suddenly felt as though he had sunk into a swamp, and it was extremely strenuous for him to move. Domain? Bamboo Saint was shocked. Wasn't this Dongbo Shui only slightly stronger in terms of strength and ordinary in other aspects? Forget about that move earlier. Even his domain technique was so terrifying. Dongbo Shui nodded his head slightly when he saw that. All these years he had also researched the tattered cloth that Ripple Lady Star-Lord gave him, and tried to complete the array. The profound mysteries contained within the array were extremely profound. Dongbo Shui had researched it for many years, and a portion of his comprehension was used to create a secret technique. It was one of the 5 great secret techniques of the world. Sky Dome, Fog Prison. I actually can't escape. Bamboo Saint fell into this broken world, and after being enveloped by the gray fog, he knew that he couldn't escape. But my ink bamboo body is incomparably tough and isn't that easy to destroy. Even if my body takes it, I can still resist for a period of time. Big brother, quickly come and save me. Bamboo Saint cried for help. Although he was crying for help, but he was still confident that he could survive. His body started to change, and all his bones, muscles, and skin started to change into that of black bamboo. Even his face became black bamboo, and his voice became ear-piercing. Dongbo Shui, I never thought that after 700,000 years, your strength would be so much stronger than when you were in the 3 Chieftains' sacred mountain. But if you want to kill me, it won't be so easy. Ink Clan's Leaf Saint? In the distance, Dongbo Shui, who was wielding his scarlet cloud spear, used his karma to sense that Leaf Saint had already set off. But for him to rush over, he needed time. It's enough to kill him. Dying under my strongest killing technique is letting him off lightly. Dongbo Shui's eyes were filled with cold intent. He swiped his waist and pulled out a flying dagger. Flying dagger, true god weapon. The dagger's hilt was black, and the blade was suffused with a silver luster. Chapter 632. Within the passage of time, a green-robed, black-skinned male was advancing at a high speed. His face had tattoos, and there were 2 bumps on his forehead. He was one of the 2 saints of the Ink Clan, Leaf Saint. Big brother, quick. He is completely suppressing me, and even used his domain to trap me. I can't escape at all. Bamboo Saint anxiously cried for help. You hold him back first. I am rushing over at my fastest speed. Leaf Saint transmitted. Leaf Saint was still very calm. The 2 of them were from the same clan and were like brothers. He was very clear of Bamboo Saint's strength. To kill Bamboo Saint in a short period of time under the Paragon Realm was too difficult. Sometimes it was even hard to attack his true body. Countless branches and leaves surrounded him. It was easy to suppress him, but it was hard to even touch his body. It was even harder to kill him. His body was the body of Ink Bamboo, and even if he was injured, he would recover quickly. In the air above the Ink Bamboo continent, there was a sealed and slightly damaged heavenly passage world. It was the Sky Dome Fog Prison that Dongbo Shui used. Within the Sky Dome Fog Prison, 9 world clones surrounded and attacked Bamboo Saint. Bamboo Saint held a red long rod that was also tens of thousands of miles long. On it, there were countless bamboo leaves and bamboo branches. These bamboo leaves and bamboo branches were executing rod techniques. Countless black air currents revolved around it, constantly blocking. The 9 world clones used ordinary weapons and could only barely suppress the bamboo rod from hitting Bamboo Saint's body. Bamboo Saint's body was ink black. Occasionally, when he was hit, there would be a few cracks, but they would instantly recover. Although I can't escape, after blocking most of the attacks with my weapons, my body can take the rest. Bamboo Saint thought, furthermore, my pure strength-type body is more suited to resist. Although he consoled himself, Bamboo Saint was still speechless, because the one attacking him was merely a world clone and not a blood-refined deity weapon. It was enough to injure his ink bamboo body. If his true body attacked, his injuries would probably be much more severe. Thus, Bamboo Saint was also very vigilant as he sensed Dongbua Shuiying's true body. What's going on? Bamboo Saint realized that Dongbua Shuiying's true body had suddenly isolated all probing. His naked eyes were blocked by the gray fog and could not see anything. Although he was suspicious, Bamboo Saint still waved his long red rod. Countless branches and leaves spread out, enveloping the entire area. His defense was very tight. The 9 long spears were majestic as they smashed over time after time, suppressing Bamboo Saint. Suddenly, swish, standing in the distance, Dongbua Shuiying coldly stared at Bamboo Saint. The other party couldn't see him, but he could clearly see him through his domain. The flying dagger in his hand suddenly flew out. The moment the flying dagger was thrown out, it disappeared without a trace. The flying daggers had completely disappeared. He disappeared in time and space. It had also completely disappeared from this world. Ordinary almighties could not find this flying knife at all. This was a true god weapon. Flying daggers were meant for sneak attacks and assassination. It contained 2 Daos, the Tao of Mirage and the Tao of Slaughter. One could imagine that the person who had mastered these 2 paths and forged this true god weapon must have been an incredible assassin. The Tao of Mirage had already surpassed the laws of heaven and earth. Powerful existences who had grasped the laws of heaven and earth would naturally not be able to find this flying knife. In fact, this flying knife was traversing through a normal world. It was just that it belonged to a higher world. A normal world was like the first floor of a building. This flying knife was like the second floor. Thus, those who lived on the first floor would naturally not be able to touch the second floor. Logically speaking, the mirage was a reflection of the real world. The real world, the mirage, the shadow world, the world gap, etc. Only then would a complete world be formed. As for the Tao of Mirage, it had already jumped out of the complete world. On top of the complete world, it had created an even vaster mirage world. Although this mirage world was not perfected, it had already surpassed the real world. If the mirage world was perfected to eternity, one could borrow it to become a ruler. His methods would be even more unfathomable. Dongbua Shuiying was only a stage for Sky. Logically speaking, he should not be able to use such unfathomable methods. However, he borrowed the true god weapon to do so. A true god weapon was indeed unique. However, just refining it was very difficult. Dongbua Shuiying had spent a long time before he succeeded. 700,000 years of cultivation had allowed him to understand more about the Tao of Mirage and Tao of Slaughter. The power of this flying knife had also increased. Who? This flying knife flew and soon arrived at Bamboo Saint. Following, Hua. It entered the real world from another world. Bamboo Saint, who could not sense its existence, had a huge change in expression. He lowered his head to look at his chest because a flying knife had suddenly appeared in his body. Boom! This flying knife was thrown by Dongbua Shuiying. It carried the terrifying strength of Dongbua Shuiying. Furthermore, when it finally entered the real world, the flying knife also displayed the power of the Tao of Slaughter. Dongbua Shuiying had used the profound mysteries of the Tao of Slaughter and the profound mysteries of the world that he had cultivated for many years to create his strongest killing move. It was also one of the 5 great world secret techniques, floating blood on the tip of the blade. At this moment, the tip of the knife pierced into Bamboo Saint's body. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. No. Bamboo Saint felt fear, but he was helpless. Pum! Bamboo Saint's entire body suddenly exploded. This was much stronger than Dongbua Shuiying's attack with his blood, refined deity weapon. This was the killing move of a true god weapon flying knife, an attack that activated the profound mysteries of the Tao of Slaughter. Coupled with Dongbua Shuiying's terrifying strength and the fact that there were no weapons blocking it, it directly exploded within his body, No matter how tough Bamboo Saint's body was, it was instantly shattered. Although it was shattered, the countless fragments were quickly gathering together. You want to repair it? Dongbua Shue Ing laughed coldly. Why would I give you the chance to do so? Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, there was no one controlling the red bamboo rod. Without any obstruction, the 9 world clones wantonly used their spears, causing the fragments to shatter once again. This made it impossible for them to gather together. For a strong cultivator, the moment his body was completely shattered, he was destined to die, because the enemy would continuously attack and exhaust his energy. With Dongbua Shuiying's level of strength, he would not make such a low-level mistake, and would not give Bamboo Saint the chance to form a complete body. If he was unable to do so, he would not have any chance to turn the tables. Dongbua Shuiying, I admit defeat. An incarnation condensed by the side. It was Bamboo Saint's incarnation. He immediately said, "Spare me, spare me." Although he had lost to the point of being dazed, he did not hesitate to admit defeat and beg for mercy. Humph! Dongbua Shuiying did not stop. The 9 world clones continued to attack, continuously exhausting the energy within. That sun-star nucleus stone, I am willing to return it. Bamboo Saint said loudly, "Just one. Don't talk about one. Even if you return 2, it would be too late." Dongbua Shuiying said coldly. At the same time, a flying blade returned to its sheath. Dongbua Shuiying, don't bully others too much. Bamboo Saint was infuriated. The one he went out to fight was his clone. The one he left in his lair was his real body. He thought that it was safe in his lair. Thus, the treasures he had accumulated over the years, some of them were kept on his real body. The moment his real body was killed, his loss is, bully others too much? You also know that you are bullying others too much? Dongbua Shuiying sneered. You! Bamboo Saint was furious. Don't go overboard. Overboard? Dongbua Shuiying's eyes were filled with cold intent. Who asked you to be weak? Bamboo Saint was startled. Not long ago, he had said the same thing to Chihua Laozu. Chapter 633. He had killed Chihua Laozu's body twice to steal the sun-star nucleus stone. The first time, Chihua Laozu was furious and filled with despair. And the second time, Chihua Laozu was about to go crazy, and at the same time he felt guilty. That was the guilt he felt towards Dongbua Shuiying. And now, Bamboo Saint also experienced the humiliation of being called, "Who asked you to be weak?" But no matter how humiliating it was, his main body could not die, and the treasures that his main body had could not land in the hands of Dongbua Shuiying. There are also treasures related to the sect leader. Maybe Dongbua Shuiying won't be able to recognize them, but the moment he does... Bamboo Saint was anxious. If I am exposed, then I am finished. The connection with the sect leader. He could not be exposed. Dongbua Shuiying, Monarch Dongbua. Bamboo Saint felt that the remaining true God power of his main body was becoming lesser and lesser, and his illusory incarnation's voice became mournful. "Spare me! Everything can be discussed." "Is that so?" Dongbua Shuiying glanced at him. Right. Everything can be discussed. Everything can be discussed." Bamboo Saint anxiously turned his head to look at the 9 world bodies in the distance. "Why aren't you stopping?" "Stop?" Dongbua Shuiying sneered in his heart. Bamboo Saint had killed Chihua Laozu twice, and it was not his main body that had killed Bamboo Saint. Could it be that he would not even spare his body? On the other hand, the main body that was left in the nest would usually carry important treasures. Now that Bamboo Saint was begging like this, Dongbua Shuiying was even more certain. There must be an extremely important treasure hidden on him. Otherwise, if he doesn't have any important treasures, so what if he dies? It's just a body, and the other clone will be able to nurture another body very quickly. Kill him and obtain the treasures. At that time, we will have the qualifications to negotiate. If I let him go, he'll probably fall out with me once his elder brother, Leaf Saint, arrives to save him. Dongbua Shueing was very clear about this. Therefore, the 9 world clones did not stop at all. Dongbua Shueing also sensed the speed of the leaf saint through karma. It will probably take another 5 breaths of time. Dongbua Shueing glanced at the countless black bamboo body powders. The powders were trying their best to congeal together again and again. He won't be able to last another breath. Stop, quickly stop. Bamboo Saint said hurriedly. His eyes were red. You really want to shed all pretense of cordiality with me? Dongbua Shueing, you have children too. My children have already reached the 2nd heavenly layer. Dongbua Shueing said calmly. Not only that, Dongbua Yu, Dongbua Qingyao, and Jingqiu all had clones in the Xia people's world. Then what about your countless descendants? Bamboo Saint went crazy. You've gone crazy just because I destroyed one of your bodies. Dongbua Shueing laughed coldly. Then do it. If you dare to do it, I, Dongbua Shueing, swear that I will destroy both your body and clone. After I destroy you, I will revive my descendants from the river of time. Bamboo Saint was startled. This Dongbua Shueing had a good relationship with the peak paragons. His master was the Blood Blade, and he himself was very strong. He was indeed very confident when he said these words. You. Bamboo Saint was about to go crazy. This Dongbua Shueing was not afraid of threats. He did not dare to shed all pretense of cordiality because he wanted to get back his treasures. Can you stop first? We can talk about this later. Bamboo Saint's tone became gentler and gentler. However, his eyes were filled with unspeakable anxiousness. Dongbua Shueing glanced at him. Have you forgotten how you treated me and Qihua? The moment he said that, Bamboo Saint looked at the powder in despair. The powder finally dissipated helplessly, turning into nothingness. Only the Eden treasures, storage treasures, and weapons were left. Who? Dongbua Shueing took a step and arrived there. With a wave of his hand, he kept everything. It's in his hands. The handle is in his hands. Bamboo Saint's heart trembled. Leaf Saint, who was hurrying through the space-time passageway, was stunned. Dead. Leaf Saint frowned. Big brother, you must definitely kill Dongbua Shueing. Kill him and take back my treasures. Almost everything I have accumulated over the years has been taken away by him. Big brother, you must help me. Bamboo Saint transmitted. But Paragon Huicheng has already set off. His time-space traversing speed is much faster than mine. Leaf Saint transmitted. Indeed, Paragon Huicheng was rushing over. Big brother, you must take it back. Do your best. Bamboo Saint was anxious. Negotiate. During the negotiation, would Dongbua Shueing inspect the treasures one by one? If he was exposed, no one would be able to protect him. So the best method was to let his big brother, Leaf Saint, kill Dongbua Shueing and take back the treasures. I will do my best. Leaf Saint transmitted. He was only worried about time. However, he was filled with confidence in dealing with Dongbua Shueing. Leaf Saint's information was still lacking. He had never heard of the Destruction Paradise, nor did he know that Dongbua Shueing was a member of the Army of Destruction. He believed that with his strength as a paragon, he had the confidence to deal with Dongbua Shueing. Dongbua Shueing was in the sky above the ink bamboo mainland. He could sense Leaf Saint and Paragon Huicheng getting closer. Big brother, I'll have to trouble you. Dongbua Shueing transmitted. Why didn't you inform me earlier? Paragon Huicheng said. Do you still treat me as your brother? Dongbua Shueing transmitted. If Leaf Saint didn't come out, there would naturally be no need to trouble Big Brother. I didn't expect that Bamboo Saint would only lose a body, and Leaf Saint would make a move. But I'm not afraid of this Leaf Saint. After all, he only has the strength of an ordinary paragon. Of course, with Big Brother supporting me, I will have more confidence. Following which, he took a step forward. Hua! Dongbua Shui indirectly tore open a time-space tunnel and approached Paragon Huicheng. The most important thing for him was to take back the Sun-Star nucleus stone. He was temporarily not in the mood to fight with Leaf Saint. Escape? Leaf Saint, who was rushing over, felt a headache. If Dongbua Shui stayed at his original position, he would naturally be able to rush over and have more time to deal with Dongbua Shui. But now, Dongbua Shui had gone to meet up with Paragon Huicheng. I have to catch up to him. Leaf Saint chased anxiously. Time was too tight. Paragon Huicheng's speed was too fast, more than 6 times his speed. But Paragon Huicheng was ultimately rushing over from the other side of the God world. Chase! 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 Leaf Saint chased with all his might for his brother of the same race. Dongbua Shui converged with Paragon Huicheng with all his might. Leaf Saint, stop. Paragon Huicheng transmitted through karma. Why? Do you want to die? Just a little more. Leaf Saint didn't care. If Monarch Green said this, he would immediately surrender obediently. But Paragon Huicheng? He was only proficient in the Tao of Flames. Leaf Saint's Tao was originally proficient in preserving his life. In front of Paragon Huicheng, he had the confidence to survive. I've caught up. Within the time-space tunnel, Leaf Saint saw Dongbua Shui in front of him. Die. A strange branch appeared in Leaf Saint's hand. The branch had leaves, a total of 7 leaves. This was a true god weapon. Back then, it was this true god weapon that opened up his own path. At this moment, he attacked with all his might, executing a true god weapon attack. Humph! Shui could not escape, yet he stopped. The surrounding rumbled as the world underwent a huge transformation. Countless luminous sun force directly formed a broken world. The broken part of the world was currently collapsing, and grayish fog began spreading out, enveloping the distant Leaf Saint. Moreover, the 9 great world clones appeared. Dongbua Shui brandished the Scarlet Cloud Spear in his hand. Hong, the Scarlet Cloud Spear, and the other 9 spears shrouded over at the same time. As for the Leaf Saint, he gently waved a branch and a leaf, lashing it against the Scarlet Cloud Spear. The terrifying power of the Scarlet Cloud Spear was constantly weakened, but it still made the Leaf Saint's expression change. He couldn't help but take 3 steps back in the air. At this moment, the 2 of them had already exited the time-space tunnel and arrived in the real world. The aftermath of the battle had turned some of the desolate planets into nothingness. What power! Leaf Saint was shocked. Although Dongbua Shui was strong, when the branch leaf whipped on the Scarlet Cloud Spear, there was an extremely strange power transmitted over. Even the weapon was unable to dissipate the power. But when it was transmitted to the black armor on the surface of his body, the extreme annihilation mysterious body rapidly blocked off this mysterious power. The last bit of it couldn't threaten Dongbua Shui's tyrannical body at all. What? Leaf Saint had been looking at Dongbua Shui's movements from afar. He was clear of his own moves. Although he specialized in survival, he had ultimately opened a Tao path. Against those below the Paragon realm, it was still relatively easy. Why isn't there any movement? He withstood it just like that? Leaf Saint was shocked. His body is so resilient. How could he know? Amongst the apex paragons, even the white sovereign king, who was famous for his slaughter, could only cause a crack to appear on this armor. If he knew this, he wouldn't be shocked. Paragon Huicheng is about to arrive. There's no more time. Since I can't kill him immediately, I'll first imprison him and keep him in my Eden treasure. Leaf Saint immediately changed his battle style. Chapter 634. Leaf Saint held onto the bamboo leaf and gently swung it. Hua, the bamboo leaf rapidly spread out. Dongbua Shui's expression changed slightly. The surrounding heaven and earth had been surrounded by countless bamboo leaves. The bamboo leaves formed a cage of hundreds of billions of kilometers, trapping Dongbua Shui within. Not good. Dongbua Shui was inwardly shocked. My world energy has actually been isolated by world energy. His true body and world avatar could not be switched. Let him receive a blade from me. Dongbua Shui Ing instantly pulled out the flying knife from the scabbard by his waist. The flying knife looked ordinary, but the moment he held onto it and activated its power, Dongbua Shui Ing immediately felt the mirage world. That was the mirage world that was above the laws of the heaven and earth. By relying on the mirage world, he could naturally feel Leaf Saint, who was outside of the countless bamboo leaves. He had locked onto Leaf Saint. Go. Dongbua Shui Ing flung out the flying knife in his hand with all his might. The luminous sun force and extreme annihilation mysterious body fused into the flying knife, causing the flying knife to pierce through the mirage world at a terrifying speed. However, it could not be seen in the real world. Surrender now. Leaf Saint controlled the true God weapon to form a huge cage that was rapidly shrinking. No paragon could be underestimated, even if they were ordinary paragons. After all, they had opened up their own Tao. They had absolute confidence in dealing with existences that were close to the paragon level. An ordinary true God or stage 4 world deity wanted to fight against them. They had to be sufficiently strong and also have a true God weapon, because a true God weapon also had the effect of being above the laws of the heaven and earth. Only by relying on one's own strength could one threaten a paragon. Chi, 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 the countless bamboo leaves rapidly shrunk. Hong, 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 within the cage the 9 world avatars were using their spears as well, bombarding the bamboo leaves with their overwhelming strength, causing the speed at which the cage was shrinking to be slower. He has such great strength. I have to be faster, faster. Leaf Saint sensed Paragon Huo Cheng's position while giving it his all. Suddenly, Leaf Saint's expression changed drastically. He could faintly sense an extremely ferocious and terrifying power attacking him from another world. True God weapon. Leaf Saint immediately understood. The Tao of Mirage was similar to the Blood Blade's Tao of Shadows. Both were good at assassination. It was just that Dongbua Shui Ing had yet to open up the Tao of Mirage. He could only unleash such an effect by relying on the true God weapon. Thus, his attack was not concealed enough, allowing Leaf Saint to sense it in advance. If he had truly grasped the Tao of Mirage, he would probably only be discovered when the flying dagger landed on his body. However, even if he could sense it in advance, it would be of limited help. That was because the flying knife had descended from the Void Realm too suddenly. Not good. Leaf Saint moved at high speed. At the same time, he waved his left palm, causing countless leaves to surround him. Boom! The flying dagger suddenly appeared in the normal world from the Mirage world. Although Leaf Saint was moving at high speed, the flying dagger was only 3 feet away from his left when it appeared. Although Leaf Saint wanted to wave his palm, at such a close distance, with all of Dongbua Shui Ing's strength and the activation of the Tao of Massacre, Leaf Saint only needed to wave his palm slightly before the flying dagger pierced his body. Pum! Leaf Saint's body instantly exploded. The body of a paragon might not be much stronger than the body of an ordinary true god. Success! Dongbua Shui Ing revealed a look of delight. Once Leaf Saint's body exploded, the true god weapon was no longer controlled. Countless bamboo branches and leaves rapidly dissipated, revealing a single bamboo leaf. However, following that, this true god weapon vanished into thin air. 7 figures appeared at the same time. All 7 figures were Leaf Saint. He looked at Dongbua Shui Ing with an ugly expression. Leaf Saint just a little bit more. Dongbua Shui Ing smiled. At this moment, a space-time tunnel was torn open in the starry sky beside him. From within, a violent figure bathed in flames walked out. He had messy red hair, red eyebrows, red skin, and his entire body was emitting a terrifying blazing aura. His eyes landed on Leaf Saint from afar. With a deep voice, he said, "Leaf Saint, you sure have guts." The 7 Leaf Saints instantly merged into one. Leaf Saint looked at Dongbua Shuang. He was a paragon, yet he was unable to capture Dongbua Shuang with his full strength. In fact, that flying dagger could even shatter his body. Such a sinister, true god weapon. Leaf Saint thought to himself, a true god weapon flying dagger contains 2 Daos. After personally experiencing it, he knew how terrifying this flying dagger was. If it only contained the Tao of Mirage, then the flying dagger would at most be slightly strange. Its attack power wouldn't be too exaggerated. But the Tao of Slaughter, coupled with Shui Ying's frightening strength, was too sinister and ruthless. Hua! The flying dagger silently returned to its scabbard. Dongbua Shui Ying was very satisfied. He didn't have any extravagant hopes of truly killing the other party. After all, Leaf Saint was famous for his ability to survive. Even Paragon Hu Chung would find it hard to kill him. To be able to destroy the other party's body was already amazing. Actually, even if he couldn't destroy it, the flying dagger was enough to delay for time. Admirable, admirable. Leaf Saint stood in the starry sky and laughed. Monarch Dongbua's strength is indeed amazing. 700,000 years ago, Monarch was ranked 52nd on the Cosmos Deity Demon list. He was comparable to my brother. Who would have thought that he could easily destroy my brother's lair and one of his bodies? He could even easily protect himself in front of me. My brother Dongbua is amazing. There's no need for you to flatter him. Paragon Hu Chung said coldly. Leaf Saint's face twitched. Flatter? He, a paragon, wanted to flatter a stage for world deity? Wasn't it because Paragon Hu Chung was incomparably furious and wanted to ease the atmosphere? I told you to stop, yet you are still unwilling to let me go. Fortunately, Brother Dongbua is strong enough. Otherwise, he would have been captured by you. By then, you would probably have a different attitude in front of me. Paragon Hu Chung was furious. He actually looked down on people like Leaf Saint. They were only good at surviving, but their true fighting strength was at the bottom of the paragons. But because they were hard to kill, Leaf Saint still dared to provoke him. Ha ha ha! Not being able to capture Monarch Dongbua is also because I'm not strong enough. I'm ashamed. Leaf Saint wasn't angry at all. Since both of us can't do anything to each other, then let's discuss and resolve this matter. How about that? Resolve. How are you going to resolve it? Paragon Hu Chung said coldly. Dongbua Shui Ying was watching silently by the side of Paragon Hu Chung. Leaf Saint said, It wasn't easy for my brother Bamboo Saint to accumulate some treasures. Some of them are important to him, but to Monarch Dongbua they wouldn't be of much use. So I hope to return all his treasures. Of course, that Sun Star Nucleus Stone, we will also return it to Monarch Dongbua. Dream on. Dongbua Shui Ying couldn't help but shout. Leaf Saint was stunned as he looked at Dongbua Shui Ying. He actually dared to do this. Dongbua Shui Ying looked at Leaf Saint coldly. He really didn't place this paragon, who only knew how to survive, in his eyes. In a head-on battle, he wasn't afraid at all. Even if that bamboo leaf prison was used to trap the enemy, one must know that it was only the 9 world clones dealing with it. Dongbua Shui Ying's true body didn't resist at all. Most importantly, Dongbua Shui Ying's other 5 secret skills hadn't been used. His attacking methods were so weak, and he couldn't even suppress him in a head-on battle. Why would Dongbua Shui Ying be afraid of him? Monarch Dongbua, what is the meaning of this? Leaf Saint said in a low voice. Bamboo Saint's treasures, you can forget about it. Dongbua Shui Ying said coldly. As for the Sun Star Nucleus Stone, you have to hand over both of them, and we will forget about this matter. Otherwise, you can forget about ending this matter. Chapter 635. When Leaf Saint heard this, his eyebrows twitched, and he looked at Dongbua Shui Ying coldly and sarcastically. Dongbua Shui Ying, I'm only negotiating with you because of Paragon Hu Chung. Don't go overboard. If Paragon Hu Chung wasn't here, Do you think I would let this matter rest? So what if you don't let this matter rest? Dongbua Shuang said, What can you do to me? Leaf Saint was inwardly furious. That's right. Although the time they exchanged blows was short, that terrifying flying knife still made Leaf Saint fearful. He knew that he couldn't dodge that flying knife. As a paragon, he naturally looked down on stage for cultivators who couldn't transcend their lifespans. But from a rational point of view, he really couldn't capture someone as heaven-defying as Dongbua Shuang. Leaf Saint, I'm indeed a stage for world deity, but if I don't care about the price, it won't be hard for me to kill you. Dongbua Shuang said coldly, I can't kill you, but behind me there are people who can. It's just that I'm not too willing to pay such a huge price. He wasn't lying. Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master owed him a huge favor. Paragon Huicheng was also his life and death brother. More importantly, even his master, Bloodblade, had to compensate him for the ancient cave dwelling. If Dongbua Shuang didn't want the treasure and let Bloodblade deal with an ordinary paragon, it would naturally be an easy matter. But using Bloodblade's promise on Leaf Saint was too much of a waste. Leaf Saint's pupils constricted. Behind him? Lord Green? I heard that Lord Green went to his opening banquet. Bloodblade also values this personal disciple. Between cultivators, the weak were prey to the strong. When Leaf Saint felt the threat brought by Dongbua Shuang, his original discrimination toward stage for world deities was suppressed. This Dongbua Shuang is, after all, the fastest person to reach stage 3 in history. He is a stage 4 world deity who can cultivate to a record. I can't underestimate him. Haha, I've said it before. Imperial Monarch Dongbo is extremely powerful. Even I can't do anything to him. The Leaf Saint smiled, and then his expression darkened. But don't you think that it's a little too much for you to ask for 2 Sun Star nucleus stones without giving anything in return? Too much. Dongbua Shuang shook his head. This matter can be sorted out. The source of this matter is that your brother from the same clan, Bamboo Saint, had killed Chihua Laozu twice. He had stolen 2 Sun Star nucleus stones. One of them even belongs to me. I lent it to Chihua. Back then, I sent my incarnation down through karma to inform Bamboo Saint. I told him to stop, and Chihua and I could let bygones be bygones. What a pity Bamboo Saint looks down on me and Chihua, and still wantonly snatched it. He has been wantonly robbing us time and time again. Naturally, he has to be prepared to be robbed. Dongbua Shuang said coldly, These 2 Sun Star nucleus stones belong to us in the first place. It's only right for us to take them back. As for his treasures, it can be considered his punishment for his wrongdoings. When Leaf Saint heard this, he couldn't help but want to explain. Enough. Paragon Huicheng, who was standing beside Dongbua Shuang, looked at Leaf Saint from afar and said angrily, Leaf Saint, I asked you to stop, but you didn't. Now that I'm here, you don't even apologize. Humph. I feel that you, Leaf Saint, are not putting me in your eyes at all. How would I dare? How would I dare? Leaf Saint hurriedly said, Paragon Huicheng had a bad temper, and wasn't someone to be trifled with. Why wouldn't you dare? You're really gutsy. Paragon Huicheng sneered. There's no need to discuss this matter any further. These 2 Sun Star nucleus stones belong to us in the first place. You have to return them. As for Bamboo Saint's treasures, take it as an apology for his arrogance and ignorance, and also for you, Leaf Saint, offending me and Dongbua Shuang. This isn't too much, right? Leaf Saint hesitated. If you infuriate me, I'll destroy your lair and kill you until you flee in all directions. Paragon Huicheng sneered. I'll call 1 or 2 of my good friends to surround and kill you. Seeing this, Leaf Saint hurriedly laughed. Well said, well said. He had been in the deity world, an abyss, for such a long period of time. Naturally, he wouldn't be killed so easily. His true body and avatar were separated. Moreover, he had many good friends. At the crucial moment, he could just throw his lot in with the ruler. However, there was really no need to fall out with Paragon Huicheng. Once they fell out, his future days would be tough. And at another location, a planet, surrounding it was an enormous starry sky array. On the array, there were numerous illusory swords flowing. On the planet, there were also some buildings. This was where Leaf Saint cultivated. Big Brother. Bamboo Saint was dressed in black robes. He hurriedly said, "You must take back my treasures." "I can't take them back." The golden-robed Leaf Saint, who was standing on the mountain peak and looking down at the plains, said, "Dongbua Shuiying's strength has exceeded my expectations. I can't capture him. Paragon Huicheng has threatened me, asking you to hand over the 2 Sunstar nucleus stones. Otherwise, they will kill their way over and destroy this place of mine. They will chase after you and me." Bamboo Saint was startled. "So tyrannical?" "Hand it over." Leaf Saint sighed. "Don't fight with them. This Dongbua Shuiying isn't someone to be trifled with." "Hand it over?" Bamboo Saint felt bitter in his heart. How could he hand it over? That year, the Sunstar nucleus stone had already been given to the religious master. Currently, he only had a single Sunstar nucleus stone on him, and those treasures had to be retrieved. The moment they were exposed, he would be finished. There's no other way. Bamboo Saint thought carefully and finally made up his mind. "Big Brother." Bamboo Saint hurriedly said, "I only have 1 Sunstar nucleus stone on me. As for the other one, I have already exchanged it with other powerful existences. That's all." Leaf Saint looked at him. "And it's really all gone?" Bamboo Saint said. "Then, who did you exchange it with?" Leaf Saint asked. "I promised before that I wouldn't make it public." Bamboo Saint said. "I said it, but they don't believe me. You go and tell them." Leaf Saint said, "In the starry sky, Dongbua Shuiying and Paragon Huicheng stood side by side in the void. Opposite them, a gradually solidifying illusory figure appeared by the side of Leaf Saint. It was Bamboo Saint's incarnation. Monarch Dongbua, Paragon Huicheng. Bamboo Saint laughed along. At the same time he shouted out loudly, "Bloodblade can bear witness. I, Bamboo Saint, have long traded away the first Sunstar nucleus stone I obtained from Chihua Laozu. I really don't have any more. Right now, I only have 1 Sunstar nucleus stone. Even if you kill me, I won't be able to take out a second one." The distant Dongbua Shuiying and Paragon Huicheng were both startled. "Traded? Who did you trade with?" Dongbua Shuiying asked. "The other party is also afraid of being exposed. I have long sworn an oath not to reveal his identity." Bamboo Saint said helplessly. Dongbua Shuiying and Paragon Huicheng exchanged glances. Since his master, Bloodblade, was the witness of the oath, then it shouldn't be fake. Traded to other powerful existences? Most probably the other party was afraid of attracting trouble, so he wanted to keep his identity a secret? You snatched 2 Sunstar nucleus stones, and you only want to return 1? Paragon Huicheng said angrily. I don't dare. I also want to return more, but my treasures are with Monarch Dongbua. Bamboo Saint said bitterly. Paragon Huicheng looked at Leaf Saint. If he can't afford it, then you can. Leaf Saint felt a headache. Dongbua Shuiying was watching from the side. To be able to make the 2 saints of the ink race pay more blood. Dongbua Shuiying was extremely willing. After all, if his strength was slightly weaker and he was captured by Leaf Saint, the situation would be completely different. Both sides had negotiated to this stage, and the next step was very easy. Leaf Saint paid some more treasures, and Bamboo Saint also handed over the Sunstar nucleus stone. Both sides stopped here. Big Brother Huicheng, let's go. Let's go. Dongbua Shuiying and Paragon Huicheng tore open a time-space tunnel and left. Leaf Saint and Bamboo Saint were both helpless. They rarely suffered losses, but this time they really suffered a huge loss. And in Leaf Saint's old nest, Bamboo Saint quickly returned to a meditation room. He immediately used a special communication treasure. This communication treasure was something only he could activate. Protector! Protector! I have something to report to the cult master. What is it? Through the communication treasure, Protector asked calmly. Almost all the treasures that you guys gave me, including the various treasures that you asked me to collect, are all gone. Bamboo Saint transmitted. What? All gone? Protector was shocked. Chapter 636. In a distant colossus in a very ordinary hall, a purple-robed lady had a face of shock as she transmitted a message to Bamboo Saint. What's going on? The purple-robed female had dark brown skin and a pair of golden eyes. She had no eyebrows nor hair, and her entire being emitted a cold feeling. Even though she was wearing a purple robe, she was still emitting an invisible aura. This was the aura emitted by her extremely tyrannical body. The strength of this aura was far above that of Dongbu Shuang. She had an extremely unique point, and that was that she did not have any karma threads. It's like this. Didn't you guys tell me that the Sun Star Nucleus Stone was on Chihua Laozu? Bamboo Saint immediately reported, I killed Chihua Laozu and obtained the Sun Star Nucleus Stone. That Dongbu Shuang killed his way to my place and destroyed my protective array by himself, killing my true body. My treasures were all placed on my true body while my avatar moved outside. This time, all the treasures on my true body were lost. Even this Sun Star Nucleus Stone that I had just obtained, because of Paragon Huacheng's pressure, I had no choice but to hand it over. Only then did Dongbu Shuang and Paragon Huacheng stop. All gone? The purple-robed female protector squinted her eyes. Some of my treasures, if Dongbu Shuang were to inspect them carefully, he might discover my relationship with you guys. Bamboo Saint transmitted, the moment I am exposed, I will be dead. So I hope that Protector can report this matter to religious leader. I believe that with religious leader's monstrous strength, he should be able to easily kill Dongbu Shuang and take away all the treasures he obtained from me. That way, I won't have to be exposed. Kill Dongbu Shuang? The purple-robed female protector asked. What treasures have you collected? According to the mission religious leader has given me, the 8th mission's treasures have been collected, and only the fern crying beard is left. The other missions have also collected a small amount of treasures. Bamboo Saint reported. I understand, the violet-robed female protector said. I will report this matter to the sect master. Thank you, Protector. Thank you, Protector. Bamboo Saint hurriedly said, If there's any news, I'll have to trouble Protector to inform me. He had no other choice. Killing Dongbu Shuang to silence him? As the lord of the material world, Dongbu Shuang could not be killed by anyone in the divine world or the abyss, unless the Xia people's world was destroyed. Only then would there be a chance to kill Dongbu Shuang. The other was to kill Dongbu Shuang's body in the Black Mist Sea and take back all of his treasures. As long as Dongbu Shuang did not discover the secrets behind them, it would not be too late. But even so, it was still very difficult. The Black Fog Sea was within the territory of the Bloodshed God Palace. The number 1 on the Cosmos Deity Demon list, Bloodblade, could instantly appear in the Black Fog Sea to save his disciple. Furthermore, from the previous battle, Bamboo Saint had vaguely deduced that it would not be easy for ordinary paragons to kill Dongbu Shuang. As for apex paragons, he did not have the face to ask others to act. The only way was to let the religious leader act. The violet-robed female protector cut off the transmission. She pondered for a moment before muttering, Truly trash! He did not even complete such a simple task. Saying that, the violet-robed female protector stood up, opened the palace door, and walked out. Very soon, she arrived at a wide and simple stone corridor. On the 2 sides of the corridor, there would occasionally be other figures. Along the way, she met 5 black-robed men, 3 black-armored figures, and one violet-armored expert. "Protector, you." Some of the black-robed men and black-armored experts respectfully greeted her. As for the only violet-armored expert, he merely glanced at her from afar without saying anything. Very soon, she reached the end of this ancient corridor. There was an enormous bronze door at the end. This enormous door was filled with traces of rust. After the violet-robed female protector walked over, the bronze door rumbled as it opened. This was an ancient and majestic palace hall. Inside the hall, there was a huge man with 2 fangs and a few pieces of rags wrapped around his body, sitting cross-legged. More than half of the huge man's skin was exposed. His skin was greenish-brown, as though it was made of rock. Dong, 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 dong. The entire hall was filled with the sound of a heartbeat. The sound was distant and carried a strange, magical power. Even the violet-robed female protector felt her heart stifle. Religious leader. The violet-robed female protector walked over and sat cross-legged as well. Both of them sat cross-legged. The sound of the heartbeat suddenly disappeared. The huge fanged man also slowly opened his eyes. It was a pair of unfathomable eyes that seemed to contain a galaxy. He looked at the violet-robed female protector and revealed a smile. Although his face was ugly, his smile had a formless power, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to become cheerful and warm. "Little Nethery, what's the matter?" The huge fanged man smiled dotingly. "That person called Bamboo Saint has caused trouble." The violet-robed female protector started to explain everything clearly. The huge fanged man nodded his head lightly. "Dongbua Shuang? It seems like Bloodblade has taught yet another powerful disciple. Not only is he strong, he is also very good at teaching disciples." "Amen." The violet-robed female protector nodded her head. They were all very clear. How terrifying was that Bloodblade! After all, he was the strongest existence in this cosmos. This Bamboo Saint has actually almost gathered all the materials needed for the heaven-crippling egg. The huge fanged man shook his head lightly. "What a pity that it has landed in the hands of this Dongbua Shuang." "Do you want to kill Dongbua Shuang?" the violet-robed female protector asked. "He has Paragon Huacheng by his side. Even if I were to act, Paragon Huacheng would be able to withstand 1 or 2 moves. Temporal Island Lord, Bloodblade, Primal Master, and the rest would arrive one by one. Thus, it is not suitable for us to act now. Furthermore, they will soon reach the Black Fog Sea." The huge fanged man said the Black Fog Sea is within the Bloodshed God Palace territory. Bloodblade can instantly appear at any location within the territory. As for Bloodblade, it is better for us to temporarily retreat. We have already suffered some losses in his hands. The violet-robed female protector nodded. She then said, "No, should we act against Dongbua Shuang?" "Wait till he leaves the Bloodshed God Palace territory. There are no apex paragons by his side. I'll arrange for another protector to kill him." The huge fanged man laughed. "He is just a stage for world deity with some opportunities. He isn't much of a threat. It's just that it would be a pity not to bring back those materials." "Amen." The violet-robed female protector nodded. "It's a pity that we can't wantonly collect the materials. We don't have any karmic lines. The moment we reveal ourselves, we will attract Bloodblade and the others to gang up on us." The huge fanged man shook his head. "Thus, we must treasure those who rely on us. The stronger they are, the more we need to protect them. But Bamboo Saint is just an ordinary true god. His value to us is very ordinary. Since he has been exposed, we must silence him. After all, he knows quite a lot about us." "Amen." The violet-robed female protector nodded. "You should first stabilize him." The huge fanged man chuckled. "After some time he will die silently." "Yes." The violet-robed female protector nodded. She then turned around and left. The huge fanged man sank into deep thought. Who? His figure disappeared. Following that, he appeared in a dark, towering palace hall not far away. This dark palace hall had an enormous three-legged cauldron. Beneath the cauldron, there was a flame burning. Within the cauldron, there was some liquid flowing continuously. In front of the cauldron, there was a thin and weak old man curled up. Even though he was thin and weak, the old man's eyebrows were so long that they touched the ground. Furthermore, he was emitting a terrifying aura. This aura revolved around the three-legged cauldron, controlling the flame within. The strength of this aura far surpassed that of a paragon. "You came?" The thin and weak old man glanced at the huge fanged man who appeared beside him. "I know what you and little kid Nethery talked about. You want me to kill that bamboo saint?" "Yes." The huge fanged man chuckled. "After all, he knows some information about us. Currently, he is hiding in the lair of that leaf saint. If we want to kill him stealthily, only you can do it. Their cosmos is completely different from our cosmos." The thin and weak old man nodded. "Even though their bodies are very weak, their battle prowess is very exquisite, far surpassing us. They are comprehending the Tao, comprehending the laws and profound mysteries. Before coming to this cosmos, I did not know anything about the laws and profound mysteries. The arrays that they set up are really hard for us to sneak in silently. It is very mystical. After coming into contact with their cultivation methods, it has also broadened my horizons." The huge fanged man said, "My battle techniques have also improved by a lot. Our cultivation system is the perfect one. As for them, they have to carefully explore every step." The thin and weak old man shook his head. "Give me the blood of that bamboo saint. Previously he relied on us. We have already obtained the blood." The huge fanged man waved his hand, and a drop of sparkling dark green blood flew towards the thin and weak old man. "Since coming to this cosmos, I have never truly made a move. Instead, I have been secretly killing these little fellows. Including this one, I have already killed 3. The thin and weak old man said. "In half a month he will definitely die." Bamboo Saint was temporarily staying at his elder brother, Leaf Saint's place. At the same time, he was nurturing another body. Religious leaders said that Dongbu Shuiying is together with Paragon Huicheng. It would be troublesome to kill him directly. We will need some time to make arrangements. You just need to wait for the results. The female protector transmitted the news. Bamboo Saint heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. He had blind confidence in the religious leader, because only after coming into contact with him did he understand the terrifying strength that the religious leader had. However, as a powerful existence, he was also very vigilant. Therefore, he temporarily stayed at his elder brother's place. The Tao that his elder brother opened was famous for being good at survival. His lair had also been managed for a long time, so it was still relatively safe here. "Dongbu Shuiying, I'll let you be happy for now." Bamboo Saint was filled with anticipation. Very soon, the religious leader's side will make his move. Asterisk, asterisk today, it was slightly slower. Asterisk. Chapter 637. Within the Time-Space Tunnel. This time, it's all thanks to Big Brother Huicheng. If not for Big Brother, the 2 saints of Ink Clan wouldn't have lowered their heads so easily. Dongbu Shuiying said, "I only showed myself and didn't fight." Paragon Huicheng chuckled. "But Dongbu, your strength isn't bad. You can even fight evenly with Leaf Saint. I believe that once the news of this battle spreads out, the powerful existences of Deity World and Abyss will be shocked. Maybe my master will change the Cosmos Deity Demon list again." Dongbu Shuiying chuckled. Primal Master would change the Cosmos Deity Demon list whenever he wanted to. Sometimes he would drag it out for a long time because he was in seclusion. The ranking of strength is just a small matter. Dongbu Shuiying said, "To me, the most important thing is transcendence. Calculating it, it has been more than 1,000,000 years since you were born." Paragon Huicheng said, "With Dongbu's perception and talent, It is about time for you to transcend. My master said the same thing. Dongbua Shui-ing shook his head. If everything goes smoothly, I will naturally transcend in a flash of inspiration. But now I am lacking this final step. Paragon Huaqing nodded. You can't rush it. But from your actions this time, I can see that your current cultivation realm is very deep. Your spear techniques are considered top-notch even amongst powerful existences. Dongbua Shui-ing chuckled. He asked himself and felt that the 5 secret skills he created were strong enough. They were considered top-notch below the Paragon realm. You have comprehended all 9 deity hearts, and your cultivation realm is very deep. Your perception is also very high. Paragon Huaqing said, everything has been prepared to the extreme. If you say you will break through, then you will. I advise you to go out and walk around. The different things you meet will give you different stimulation. Who knows, you might even be stimulated and transcend in an instant. Amen. Dongbua Shui nodded. I think so too. Ha ha ha. Then let me congratulate you in advance. You have transcended. Us brothers can be eternal brothers. Paragon Huaqing laughed. After which he turned his head and looked into the distance. Black Fog Sea is about to arrive. I think I shall not go to your Black Fog Sea. When he sees that Chihua Laozu, he will feel even more embarrassed. Dongbua Shui-ing was stunned for a moment before nodding his head. Although he had managed to retrieve the Sun Star nucleus stone in the end, Chihua Laozu still felt very remorseful and guilty. After Dongbua Shui-ing separated from Paragon Huaqing, he descended upon the Black Fog Sea Monarch Manor. Inside the mansion, Dongbua Shui-ing saw Yu Jingqiu, Dongbuyu, and Chihua Laozu who had been waiting for him. Who? Dongbua Shui-ing landed. Father, you're back so soon. How is it? Dongbuyu hurriedly asked. Beside him, Jingqiu revealed a smile. As for Chihua Laozu, he had a complicated expression. Dongbua Shui-ing laughed. He looked at Chihua Laozu and threw the Sun Star nucleus stone over. Chihua Laozu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the Sun Star nucleus stone. If he didn't manage to snatch it back, how was Dongbua Shui-ing going to return it to Ripple Lady Planet Lord? If he allowed Dongbua Shui-ing to fall into a predicament, or even be forced to do something, Chihua Laozu would never be able to forgive himself. Snow Eagle. Chihua Laozu walked to Dongbua Shui-ing's side. He placed the Sun Star nucleus stone in Dongbua Shui-ing's hands. Keep it. This. Dongbua Shui-ing was stunned. If I keep this, I'll feel anxious. Chihua Laozu shook his head. You can snatch it back this time. Do you think I'll let you snatch it back again if something happens in the future? Dongbua Shui-ing said, Bamboo Saint wouldn't dare to do that again. If he doesn't dare, what about the other powerful existences? Chihua Laozu rejected. Through karma, I can sense that one of Bamboo Saint's bodies had died. With such a huge commotion, I'm afraid that the entire deity world and abyss would know about it. At that time, the matter of me possessing this Sun Star nucleus stone would probably be dug out. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded his head lightly. The commotion from the previous battle was too huge. It enveloped the entire Ink Bamboo continent. Bamboo Saint had a large number of subordinates within the Ink Bamboo continent. Those subordinates would probably tell their good friends about this world-shaking battle. The Temporal Temple would also know about this battle through space-time. After all, even an isolation treasure would not be able to isolate such a huge battle. The news of this battle would definitely be spread. Thus, it's not suitable for me to bring the Sun Star nucleus stone along. I'm not willing to bring it along. Chihua Laozu shook his head. This matter was a mistake from the very beginning. For the sake of cultivation, I shamelessly asked for your help. Actually, this matter placed a lot of pressure on you. If it was an ordinary powerful existence, I would have rejected it. However, you didn't hesitate to help me with this matter. This time, I've stirred up trouble, and I've asked you to stand up for me. The next time I get robbed, I'll ask you to stand up for me. Those who dare to make a move are probably confident in themselves. Who knows, it might be a paragon. Chihua, Laozu shook his head. My heart is restless. Even if I have the treasure, I won't be able to cultivate peacefully. Since that's the case, I won't bring it along. Chihua, Laozu looked at Dongbo Shuang. You should understand my intentions. I understand. Dongbo Shuang nodded. All right. To cultivate, there is no need to stay in the Sun Star. I will go explore the other ruins. Chihua, Laozu said. Snow Eagle. Then I won't stay here any longer. There's no need to send me off. Wait. Dongbo Shuang hurriedly said. Old ancestor, your Eden treasures and weapons have landed with Bamboo Saint, right? Chihua Laozu was startled, but he nodded. The first time he was killed, the clone that was left behind in the Sun Star was the one with the most treasures. That time when he was killed, all the treasures were taken away. Dongbo Shuang smiled and waved his hand. Instantly, many treasures floated into the air. Among them was a strange wooden staff. This was also the most famous weapon of Chihua Laozu according to the intelligence reports. I won't reject then. Chihua Laozu revealed a look of joy as he kept his blood, refined deity weapon, and other treasures. Chihua Laozu left very straightforwardly and in a relaxed manner. Clearly, the Sun Star nucleus stone was a psychological burden to him, and everything was as expected. Just 6 hours after Dongbo Shuang returned to the Black Fog Sea, the outside world had already started to spread the news of that battle. Powerful existences could easily control time to rewind to check on that battle. Dongbo Shuang killed his way to the Ink Bamboo mainland in a rage. With just a single move, he destroyed the law guarding array of the Ink Bamboo mainland. Bamboo Saint actually couldn't escape and was killed on the spot. Bamboo Saint released the news himself, saying that Dongbo Shuang had a true god weapon. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to not escape. One-on-one, he killed Bamboo Saint. Bamboo Saint is an existence that is close to the paragon level. Dongbo Shuang and Leaf Saint also fought. Both of them were equally matched. All sorts of news were spreading, especially among the veteran stage 4 world deities, as well as the powerful existences. The news spread even faster. In fact, even the paragons and hegemons knew about this, because the stronger they were, the more they understood that it wasn't easy for Dongbo Shuang to achieve such a result. In the deity world, in the void, there was a continuous chain of mountains. Among them, there was a figure sitting cross-legged on the peak of the tallest mountain. This figure was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock. His clothes were tattered, his hair was messy, and his feet were bare. At first glance, he looked just like a beggar. However, the moment he opened his eyes, no one treated him as a beggar. His eyes were gentle, without any tyranny. Instead, they were upright and majestic, causing others to feel that he was the ruler of this world. He was Monarch Green. He was clearly a paragon, yet he was an existence that could fight against rulers. This junior brother of mine, his strength has been improving by leaps and bounds. Monarch Green smiled, as expected of someone who broke the record of Stage 3. Previously, other than those who are already dead, the remaining ones who broke the record are me and the Temporal Island Lord. I wonder how far this junior brother of mine can go. Currently, he has cultivated for more than 1,000,000 years. I reckon that it's about time for him to transcend. Monarch Green silently said. He felt that this was a matter of course. With Dongbo Shuang's comprehension ability, and without any karma, transcending should be relatively easy. Chapter 638. Within the courtyard of a wooden house in the Bloodshed God Palace. Currently, there were 2 figures sitting opposite each other, drinking and chatting. One of them was the Bloodshed God Emperor with a black bird on his shoulder, and the other was a muscular man with a face full of beard stubble, wearing a loose robe. Even as he sat there, this muscular man gave off a strange feeling as if the world around him was collapsing, as if every single movement of his could easily tear apart this world. "Are you convinced?" Bloodblade laughed. "Primal placed me first, and it wasn't just for show. I thought I could defeat you this time, but I was still lacking by a bit. Bloodblade, you started cultivating much later than me. So how do you know so much?" This bearded, muscular man said while drinking. He was clearly unhappy. This muscular man seemed simple and honest. He was the first powerful existence in the entire Dark Abyss, and was even called the Abyss Primogenita. His combat power was unfathomable, and even someone as proud and confident as Primal Master placed him second on the Cosmos Deity Demon list, while Primal Master placed him third. Even though he was called the Abyss Primogenitor, he was not cruel or ruthless, and could be said to be the most peaceful of the three rulers of the Dark Abyss. "Your cultivation path is different from mine." Bloodblade held his wine cup, laughing. "You have borrowed the cultivation system of another cosmos discovered by Ancestor Devil, and you are indeed suited for that system. But in our entire cosmos you are alone, because you're the only one cultivating along this system. There's one more." Abyss Primogenitor said, "Bitter cultivator, that brat is the same. But he is a paragon, and his realm is far from yours. He is unable to help you." Bloodblade said, "I am different. I comprehend the laws and profound mysteries, and develop an inner world. This is the orthodox cultivation system of our cosmos. I can discuss the Tao with other rulers and gain experience from the records left behind by the previous cosmos epochs. Naturally, my growth will be faster." Sophistry. Abyss Primogenitor frowned and snorted. "Temporal Island Lord, Primal Master, Nile, and the others are all cultivating normally. But why are they weaker than you? You are truly too monstrous." "Ha ha ha." Bloodblade laughed. "Thank you for your praise. I am very happy to hear it." Even Bloodblade felt refreshed when the second strongest person in the entire cosmos praised him. Your disciple is quite powerful." The Abyss Primogenitor suddenly exclaimed. Bloodshed God Emperor had also received the news at the same time. The two of them were the two with the highest positions in this cosmos. They were the first to receive the news and knew about Dongbua Shueing and Bamboo Saint. This kid is actually able to achieve this and is comparable to that Leaf Saint. Bloodblade nodded lightly. It seems that apart from the true God weapon, he should have accumulated quite a bit in terms of his own realm. Calculating the time, he has cultivated for more than 1,000,000 years. He should be able to transcend soon. Judging from his cultivation speed, it shouldn't be a problem for him to become a paragon. The Abyss Primogenitor said. Become a ruler? It depends on fate, tempering, comprehension, and many other aspects. Bloodblade nodded. Was Qing Jun's perception high? He had cultivated all 3 Das to the bottleneck, but he had not broken through the final bottleneck to become a ruler. Haha, sovereign. Don't think too far ahead. Take it one step at a time. Transcend first. Bloodblade smiled. He was quite satisfied with his disciple. Black Fog Sea, Underground Hall. Dongbua Shueing was currently inspecting the large amount of treasures he had obtained from Bamboo Saint. Although the outside world was in an uproar, and many powerful existences had sent messages to him, Dongbua Shueing was naturally elated. However, he was still very clear-headed. He understood that external combat strength was not his foundation. His foundation was still his realm. Transcending as soon as possible was the most important. This Bamboo Saint has collected so many treasures. Dongbua Shueing was speechless. My harvest this time is too huge. The accumulation of an existence that was close to the Paragon realm was naturally shocking. The treasures he collected are much more than what I expected. There are many precious materials, too. Dongbua Shueing was slightly shocked. It was not easy to collect so many rare and strange materials. Previously, he had spent so much effort to find the 12 materials needed to condense the Sun Star nucleus stone. As for Bamboo Saint, he had even more rare treasures. Putting the materials aside, Dongbua Shueing was mainly inspecting those that were beneficial to cultivation. Dang, dang, dang. There were 3 pieces of black metal, and on each piece there were densely packed golden words. The records on them made Dongbua Shueing feel that it was incomparably profound. It's actually the records of comprehending the laws and profound mysteries. With a single look, Dongbua Shueing could not help but be attracted to it. This was dissecting the laws and profound mysteries from another angle. I'll slowly inspect it later. Dongbua Shueing continued to look at the other treasures. Thereafter, he picked up a lamp. It was a bronze lamp. There are strange runes on the bronze lamp. The flame of the lamp was like a bean, flickering and burning. The flame was dark green in color. So strange. Dongbua Shueing faintly felt that this bronze lamp should have some secret. If not, why would it be an ordinary lamp? How was that possible? It was just that his vision was limited and his realm was not high enough. Thus, he was unable to see through it. Dongbua Shueing continued to look at the other treasures. Treasure after treasure. Either Bamboo Saint snatched them, or he obtained them from some ancient ruins. They are all ancient treasures. Dongbua Shueing nodded his head slightly, no rush. I'll slowly study them by my side. First, I'll study the black metal board. Dongbua Shueing picked up the black metal board and immersed himself in it. God world. Bamboo Saint was currently in his courtyard. This was the nest of his brother, Leaf Saint, so he was rather at ease. Bamboo Saint's mood was not good, because the outside world was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked at Dongbua Shueing's strength, and he, Bamboo Saint, was merely a stepping stone. If not for him having a true god weapon, how would he be able to destroy my body so easily? Bamboo Saint squinted his eyes. Let him be happy for now. Since religious leader has said so, he should take action. When he dies, everything he snatched from me will be taken away by religious leader. Even the true god weapon will be taken away. At that time, he will regret it so much that he wants to cry. The more unhappy Bamboo Saint was, the more he hoped that Dongbua Shueing would suffer. He was waiting. Amen. Bamboo Saint frowned. He held onto his head. Why do I feel that something is wrong? First, he felt dizzy. Following that, he felt extremely uncomfortable and nauseous. His true deity heart felt like it was being torn apart. Not good. Bamboo Saint knew that something was wrong. How could such a situation happen to a powerful being? But following that, his already distorted true deity heart was torn apart. Following that, it dissipated into nothingness. Bamboo Saint's eyes widened. His body fell to the ground and laid there motionlessly. Bamboo Saint died. He died just like that. He died without a sound. Because the time was too short, he did not have time to nurture his clone. This death naturally meant that both his true body and clone were destroyed. Even if he nurtured a clone, the outcome would be the same. As for his brother, Leaf Saint, he quickly discovered this shocking scene. From the start to the end, he did not discover any enemies, any external aura, or even any traces of battle. His brother, Bamboo Saint, was already dead. Temporal Island. Surrounding this island, there were many small islands. These small islands ranged from a few kilometers to a few 100,000 kilometers. It was like a cluster of stars surrounding the temporal island. On the temporal island, there was an extremely grand and dazzling palace. Within the palace, a fragrance permeated the air. In the palace, there was a grass mat made of silvery white grass. The grass mat was placed on top of the palace. A black-robed, black-haired male was currently sitting cross-legged on the grass mat with his eyes closed in meditation. His eyebrows were like sharp swords, and his expression was cold. He was the existence in the entire deity world and abyss that specialized in controlling space-time. Temporal Island Lord. Countless lives were controlled by him to carry out death missions. Master, a deep voice rang out. I have something to report. What's the matter? Temporal Island Lord opened his eyes. He knew that this deep voice belonged to his most loyal subordinate, the Temporal Temple. The Temporal Temple had always been operating and monitoring the entire cosmos. If there wasn't anything important, it wouldn't disturb him. Bamboo Saint is dead. Both his true body and clone were destroyed. However, his death was extremely strange. The deep voice said, Chapter 639. In the deity world, within the courtyard where Bamboo Saint's corpse was, his elder brother, Leaf Saint, stood by the side with a frown. How did he die? How did he kill himself? It can't be suicide, right? Stage 4 world deities might have their true deity heart dissipate, but they would choose to reincarnate before they dissipated. How did his brother, who had become a powerful existence, die so silently? Who? Suddenly, a figure appeared by the side. Leaf Saint was startled. His territory was heavily protected by arrays, yet an outsider had suddenly appeared. But the moment he saw that cold, black-robed, black-haired male, he immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, Temporal Island Lord. The person who came was Temporal Island Lord. With his control over space-time, it was normal for him to appear here stealthily. Did the treasure spirit of the shrine tell you? Temporal Island Lord indifferently asked. Yes. Leaf Saint answered. You didn't discover any traces of activity. Temporal Island Lord asked again. Nothing. Leaf Saint answered. This cultivation ground of mine is heavily protected by arrays. Those who could appear here stealthily can be counted with one's fingers in the deity world and abyss. Those with the status of rulers would disdain doing such a thing. Temporal Island Lord lightly nodded. If they wanted to kill an ordinary true deity, they had plenty of methods to do so. Even if they caused a huge commotion, they would not care. After all, those who offended rulers would be killed without mercy. Killing an ordinary powerful existence stealthily like this was too demeaning to rulers. The Temporal Island Lord looked down at the corpse that was lying on the ground with his eyes wide open. Without making a sound, he had already checked through the corpse. After inspecting it a few times, Temporal Island Lord frowned slightly. South, then, he disappeared into thin air. Leaf Saint stood by the side in a daze. He left just like that? There was nothing else he could say. Should he keep this corpse or dispose of it? Leaf Saint, Master has finished inspecting the corpse. You can handle this as you wish. The treasure spirit's voice transmitted over. Within the wooden courtyard of the bloodshed god palace, Abyss, Primogenitor, and Bloodblade were currently drinking and chatting when suddenly a figure rapidly arrived outside the wooden house. It's him. Abyss, Primogenitor glanced outside in shock. The door of the wooden house was pushed open. The black-robed, black-haired Temporal Island Lord walked in with a cold expression. It's rare for you to come here. Bloodblade's lips curled up. Aren't you afraid that I'll destroy your avatar? It's related to the ancestor, Mother Religion. Temporal Island Lord indifferently said. Ancestor Mother Religion? Bloodblade and Abyss Primogenitor were both startled. They turned solemn. What's going on? What did you find? Bloodblade asked. Temporal Island Lord said, My god palace treasure spirit discovered that Bamboo Saint has died. Furthermore, his death was strange. After investigating, it seems to be a method used by the ancestor Mother Religion to silence him. Silencing the ancestor Mother Religion? Bloodblade frowned. Bamboo Saint died in the cultivation grounds of his elder brother, Leaf Saint. When he died, there were no signs of battle, and his true deity heart collapsed. Even Leaf Saint didn't notice anything. There are only a handful of people in the god realm and abyss who are capable of such a feat, so it's clear that it wasn't us who did it. More importantly, when he died, his face was filled with shock. He didn't even have the time to inform his elder brother. Clearly, his death was very sudden. Temporal Island Lord said, "This situation has happened twice before. This is the third time. There is a 99% chance that it's the ancestor mother religion." Bloodblade asked, "Did he leave behind any treasures on his body?" Those who were silenced would know some secrets about the ancestor mother religion. Since he died, they could only investigate the treasures he left behind. I've already investigated. Other than a unique communication treasure, there aren't any other suspicious items. Temporal Island Lord said, "According to what I know, Bamboo Saint's true body was killed by Dongbu Shui a dozen days ago. Many of his treasures landed in the hands of Dongbu Shui. He's your disciple, so I'm here to meet you." Snow Eagle? Bloodblade was slightly startled. "All right, I'll summon him now." Black Fog Sea Underground Palace. Dongbu Shui was currently looking at the countless words on the black metal with an intoxicated expression. There was a large amount of information on it, and they were all records of comprehending the laws and profound mysteries. The person who could write down these records has an extraordinary realm and a unique way of thinking. Dongbu Shui felt that these would be of great help to him. Suddenly, "Dongbu, do you know that Bamboo Saint is dead?" Paragon Huicheng transmitted a message. "Dead." Dongbu Shui was startled. He immediately tried to sense the karma of Bamboo Saint, yet he could not sense the karma of Bamboo Saint at all. Clearly, his true body and avatar had been destroyed. "Aren't you the one who sent people to assassinate him? Isn't your Bloodshed Tavern specialized in assassination?" Paragon Huicheng asked. "No, of course it isn't me. He's with his elder brother, and it's too difficult to assassinate him." Dongbu Shui answered. Closely following that, more messages came. "Monarch Dongbu, Bamboo Saint is dead." "Monarch, do you know about this?" This was a message from the Calm Sea Prefecture Master. "Bamboo Saint's death is related to you, Snow Eagle?" This was a message from Jing Qiu. One by one, he transmitted a message to inquire. After all, the death of a powerful existence was enough to shake the entire deity world and dark abyss. Thus, it was common for one's avatar to be killed. After all, it was common for people to lose their avatars when they fought or entered dangerous places like ruins. However, both the true body and the avatar had been destroyed. This was extremely rare because any powerful cultivator would be extremely cautious. At the very least, they would protect one of their bodies. Bamboo Saint was an existence that was close to the Paragon realm. With such strength, both his true body and avatar had been destroyed just like that. This naturally attracted a lot of attention. Just 10 days ago, Dongbu Shui had just killed his way into Bamboo Saint's lair and killed his true body. This naturally caused many powerful existences to speculate in their hearts. "Snow Eagle, come to me." A voice resounded in his ears. "Teacher." Dongbu Shui was startled. Even his teacher had summoned him. Could it be that he suspected that he was the culprit? Dongbu Shui, who was filled with frustration and helplessness, did not care about his worries. He immediately left the Black Fog Sea at his fastest speed, rushing towards the Bloodshed God Palace. Within the small courtyard of the wooden house in the Bloodshed God Palace, Dongbu Shui pushed open the courtyard door and entered. With a glance, he saw 2 figures seated within, as well as a cold figure standing by the side. The 2 seated there, Dongbu Shui immediately recognized as his teacher and the Abyss primogenitor. This gave him a fright. Standing by the side was a black-robed, black-haired male with a cold expression. What made Dongbu Shui even more apprehensive was the Temporal Island Lord. Truthfully speaking, Dongbu Shui was both fearful and displeased of the Temporal Island Lord. The main reason was because the Temporal Island Lord had used the Temporal Temple to capture countless living beings, forcing them to take on dangerous missions. He had left a technique on their souls, controlling their life and death. Dongbua Shwe-ing disliked such actions. Treating billions and billions of living beings as puppets was something Dongbua Shwe-ing could not agree with. Furthermore, after coming to the deity world, the more he understood about the temporal island lord, the more he disliked him. Amongst the rulers, Dongbua Shwe-ing disliked him the most. Greetings, teacher, Abyss Primogenitor, Temporal Island Lord. Dongbua Shwe-ing respectfully bowed. The Abyss Primogenitor smiled and nodded. He was quite amiable. The Temporal Island Lord coldly glanced at Dongbua Shwe-ing before turning his head to look at the void by the side. He was too lazy to care about him. Clearly, he did not like this Dongbua Shwe-ing either. Chapter 640. Although the Temporal Island Lord was standing coldly by the side, Dongbua Shwe-ing still maintained his smile. The Temporal Island Lord, who was a high and mighty ruler, could show him disrespect, but Dongbua Shwe-ing still had to maintain the most basic level of respect. Naturally, in his heart, he still did not like this Temporal Island Lord. Snow Eagle. Bloodblade placed his wine cup down and said, "The reason why I called you over is because of the death of Bamboo Saint. His death is very strange. Master wouldn't suspect that this disciple did it right? This disciple doesn't have the ability to do so." Dongbua Shwe-ing said, "Right now, there were many rumors going around, and there were quite a number of people guessing that it was him who did it. Of course it wasn't you." Bloodblade laughed. "Dongbua Brat, if you are able to do it, you would be a ruler." The Abyss Primogenitor by the side also laughed. Dongbua Shwe-ing was startled. Ruler? Could it be that the one behind this was a ruler? There were only a few rulers in the entire deity world and Abyss. Furthermore, the status of a ruler was extremely high. To deal with a single Bamboo Saint? With just a slight command, Bamboo Saint would have to surrender and beg for forgiveness. Why would there be a need to kill him in secret? The reason why I'm looking for you is because the treasures he accumulated have fallen into your hands a few days ago. Bloodblade said, "We have some suspicions towards Bamboo Saint's identity, so we wish to take a look at the items he left behind. This disciple is bringing them along with him." Dongbua Shwe-ing reported. "Take them out and let us take a look." Bloodblade instructed. Dongbua Shwe-ing did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, he took out all the items he obtained from Bamboo Saint. This included god crystals, faith stones, precious materials, weapons, robes, etc. Naturally, some of them were not given to Chihua Laozu. However, those items originally belonged to Chihua Laozu, so it shouldn't be a problem. The gazes of Bloodblade, Abyssal Primogenitor, and Temporal Island Lord landed on these items. The black-robed, black-haired Temporal Island Lord suddenly saw those black metal plates. He waved his hand, causing one of the black metal plates to land in his hand. He casually looked at it before sneering. These fools from the ancestor mother religion do have some comprehension ability. They actually have such an understanding of the cultivation system of our cosmos. Even though the angle of their pondering is slightly strange, the person recorded on this metal plate should have reached the opening realm. Bloodblade and the Abyssal Primogena each picked up a black metal tablet. Those fellows from the ancestor mother religion might be stupid, but their strength is there. It is normal for them to have such a comprehension after researching our cultivation system. Bloodblade evaluated. These fellows have hidden themselves and are secretly learning our cultivation methods. Their strength is also increasing. They might become a disaster in the future, the Abyss Primogenitor said worriedly. There's no need to worry about those fools. The Temporal Island Lord was filled with disdain. Bloodblade waved his hand, causing that bronze lamp to fly over. Bloodblade looked at it before coldly chuckling. They have come to our place and are still spreading their religion. Dongbua Shwe-ing was obediently listening by the side. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Ancestor mother religion? The cultivation system of our cosmos? Snow Eagle, I'll be taking this lamp away. It's not beneficial for you to keep it. Bloodblade said, you can keep the rest. The ancestor mother religion's understanding of the law of the world is more unique. It can be considered as analyzing it from another angle. It will still be of some help to you. Yes. Dongbui Shui Ing waved his hand before keeping everything. Temporal Island Lord and Abyss Primogenitor no longer continued watching. They knew what they needed to know. The most unique and evil lamp had been taken away by God Emperor, and the remaining ones were ordinary. All right, you can leave now. But remember, be careful if you meet anyone from the ancestor mother religion in the future. They might target you after this matter. Bloodblade said, these fellows are like locusts collecting all sorts of precious materials in our cosmos. Bamboo Saint should have collected all sorts of rare and weird materials for them. Now that they are in your hands, they might target you. Bloodshed God Emperor was just saying. This disciple of his was a material realm lord, and was not in any danger of losing his life. Target me? Dongbui Shui Ing could not help but ask, Teacher, what is the origin of the ancestor mother religion? They are the mysterious experts that I've mentioned to you before. They do not have karmic lines. Bloodblade said. Temporal Island Lord sneered from the side. Bloodblade, those without karmic lines might not be from the ancestor mother religion. Bloodblade laughed after hearing that. He nodded. Those without karmic lines have a 99% chance of being from the ancestor mother religion. There is also a slight possibility of them being from other cosmos. Other cosmos? Dongbui Shui Ing was even more puzzled. Bloodblade did not hide it. Clearly, he felt that Dongbui Shui Ing would come in contact with these with his strength. MN, the ancestor mother religion, came from another cosmos. Their cultivation system is completely different from ours. They do not cultivate the inner world, nor do they comprehend the laws and profound mysteries. They believe in the so-called ancestor mother and have cultivated an unfathomable fleshy body. Their fleshy body is much stronger than us cultivators. Naturally, they are too weak in the laws and profound mysteries aspect, so playing with them is still easy. Not cultivating the inner world and not comprehending the laws and profound mysteries, yet they are very strong. Dongbui Shui Ing did not understand. After cultivating for so many years, he only knew how to comprehend the laws and profound mysteries, transcend, and open one's own Tao. Regardless, realms are the foundation. But the ancestor mother religion that came from another cosmos was completely different. You are too young and have too little experience. Bloodblade laughed. Wait until you become stronger and experience more. By then, these will no longer be strange. Different cosmoses are entirely different. Like your fifth uncle master, he was brought back from a cosmos that I entered by chance. Thus, you will discover that he does not have any karmic lines either. Fifth uncle master? Dongbui Shui Ing looked at that black bird. He had always felt that his fifth uncle master was mysterious. Just a feather made him feel that it was unfathomable. But he had always been following his teacher and did not have any karmic lines either. Dongbui Shui Ing even suspected that it was some non-living existence. Only now did he know that it came from another cosmos. Humph. My master has died, and I am very lonely. Thus, I was lured here by Bloodblade. The black bird muttered. You are the greedy one. Bloodblade chuckled. All right, go. Properly cultivate and try to transcend first. Bloodblade said. Yes. Dongbui Shui Ing nodded. The ancestor mother religion, fifth uncle master, and other guests from other cosmos. He did not need to be distracted. He should focus on comprehending the laws and profound mysteries and transcend first. Dongbui Shui Ing respectfully bowed before leaving. Sending off Dongbui Shui Ing with his eyes, Temporal Island Lord sneered. Bloodblade, you are quite concerned about your disciple. Why are you telling him so much when he is just a stage for world deity? Do you think he can't transcend? Blood Blade nonchalantly said. He was confident in his disciple. Temporal Island Lord did not say anything else. Even he felt that with Dongbua Shuiying's cultivation speed and profound accumulation of his realm, transcending would be an easy matter. Abyss Primogenitor. Temporal Island Lord turned to Abyss Primogenitor. Your disciple's luck is not bad. That pair of deity world creatures actually turned into the starting ground talisman. Ha ha ha. Abyss Primogenitor laughed heartily. His luck is good. There's no helping it. His disciple had subdued 2 deity world creatures. Who would have thought that when these 2 deity world creatures met, they actually turned into 2 lumps of dazzling light and fused together, turning into a talisman? Because there were many experts present at that time, it could not be concealed. Ordinary cultivators and even paragons might not understand what that talisman represented. They only knew that it was definitely some sort of precious treasure. However, rulers knew that it was the key to enter the starting ground. The talisman of the starting ground, when it was split, would be in all sorts of shapes and sizes. It might be 2 pieces of torn cloth, or even 2 real deity world creatures, or even slightly more precious materials. However, the moment the different parts were gathered together, they would immediately fuse together, turning into a talisman. Once the talisman recognized its master, there was no way to snatch it away. Even if it was killed, the talisman would vanish into thin air. In order to obtain it, one needed strength and luck. However, tell him to be careful. Don't die the first time he enters. Temporal Island Lord hurriedly said. Bloodshed God Emperor chuckled from the side. I remember you saying that you once obtained the starting ground talisman, but it's a pity that your avatar died inside during the opening realm. The talisman disappeared, and you no longer have the chance to enter. Humph. At least I have obtained it before. You haven't. Temporal Island Lord turned and left. With a swoosh, he flew away and disappeared into the distant void. Blood Blade sent him off with his gaze. He then said softly, I have never been there, but I am much stronger than you. Chapter 641. After meeting his master, Abyss Primogenitor and Temporal Island Lord, Dongbua Shuiying returned to Black Fog Sea to continue his closed-door cultivation. He was clear that he had to transcend first. After comprehending the complete law of the heaven and earth, he would not be in a rush to improve his inner world or his true deity heart. He would also not be in a rush to break free from the river of time. He would still head to the starting ground as a stage for world deity. As long as he did not use any combat techniques of the complete law of the heaven and earth at the starting ground, who would know about the laws of the heaven and earth in his mind if he did not say or display them? This was a very normal thing to do. Time passed day by day. Master. A voice reverberated within the underground palace hall. Dongbua Shuiying, who was sitting cross-legged within the palace hall, opened his eyes. His eyes were faintly filled with countless divine runes revolving within, following which they faded back into nothingness. He asked, What's the matter? There's a guest who wishes to meet Master. This guest is slightly domineering. The spirit continued. Domineering? What's his background? Dongbua Shuiying asked. He's an emissary under Water Devil King. The spirit continued. He says he's here under orders and wants Master to meet him quickly. Dongbua Shuiying frowned as he heard that. Water Devil King? Ranked 13th on the Cosmos Deity Demon list. One had to know that including the mysterious Pang E and the 8 rulers, they occupied 9 spots on the Cosmos Deity Demon list, including Monarch Green and Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction, who were not rulers. There were a total of 11. For Water Devil King to be ranked 13th, one could see his strength. His ranking was higher than Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master, Paragon Huicheng, and White Sovereign King. This Water Devil King isn't someone to be trifled with. Dongbua Shuiying thought. Water Devil King. He grasped two Daos at the same time and had reached the pinnacle of both Daos. When the two Daos fused together, Water Devil King's combat power was overwhelming, and he was extremely violent and savage. Even the high and mighty rulers could not kill him. In truth, the sovereigns at the very front were all confident in their ability to protect themselves against sovereigns, like Monarch Green and Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction. There was no need to talk about them. Monarch Hex Cricket, Water Devil King, and White Sovereign King were all people who dared to challenge rulers. Among them, Monarch Hex Cricket had the mildest temper, while White Sovereign King was crafty and sinister, but he was still polite on the surface. However, the Water Demon King had an eccentric personality. Although he was a powerful expert in the immortal realm, he was addressed as the Demon King. He was extremely powerful and had grasped two Daos. Ordinary sovereigns found it difficult to deal with him, which made him even more arrogant. Because the Water Demon King became more and more unbridled, it angered the ancient Primal Master. Although the Primal Master was unable to kill the Water Demon King, he imprisoned the Water Demon King for 300 billion years. The Water Demon King would forever live in a tiny prison the size of a water droplet. 300 billion years later, the Kinder Archean Master finally let the Water Demon King off. Cultivate well and become a ruler as soon as possible. If you continue to be so crazy and violent, I'll imprison you until the universe is destroyed and let you perish along with it. After this calamity, the Water Demon King became much more low profile. At the very least, he would maintain a basic level of respect in front of a ruler. He sent an emissary. Although Dongbua Shui-ing was puzzled, he still left the underground hall. Within the guest hall, Dongbua Shui-ing was seated high up in the hall. His personal guard had led the emissary into the hall. "Emissary, please." The personal guard led the way to the outside of the hall. "The monarch is within." The emissary then entered the hall. Within the hall, other than Dongbua Shui-ing, there were only a few maids. "Take a seat first," Dongbua Shui-ing said. The emissary bowed slightly before calmly sitting by the side. The maids naturally brought over fruits, delicacies, and wine. This emissary had the appearance of a beast man. He had 2 pointy ears and a cat-like face. He sat there with his back ramrod straight, and the aura he emitted was that of a stage 3 world deity. "Monarch, I'm here under the orders of the magnificent Water Demon King," the emissary said. Dongbua Shui-ing chuckled. "The Water Demon King rarely comes out these days. Is he in closed-door cultivation?" The magnificent Water Demon King is wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. Naturally, he wants to break through to the ruler realm. The emissary confidently said, "This time I'm here under orders because the magnificent Water Demon King requires some treasures for his cultivation." "Treasures?" Dongbua Shui-ing felt his heart move. "The Water Demon King requires a Sun-Star Nucleus Stone. I've heard that Monarch Dongbua has one." The emissary said, "Thus, I'll have to ask for your help." Dongbua Shui-ing frowned slightly. Sun-Star Nucleus Stone? This Sun-Star Nucleus Stone was incredibly precious. As the core material of the Sun-Star nucleus, other than entering the Sun-Star to cultivate, it was also an extremely rare material. It could be used for refining treasures, researching flames, and many other uses. Even the ancestor mother religion desired this Sun-Star Nucleus Stone. They had ways to sense it from afar. That was why they sent Bamboo Saint. As for the Sun-Star Nucleus Stone, most people would not publicize it. Those who dared to publicize it were usually paragons. Shui-ing could be considered as one of the weaker ones amongst them, but his background and backing were relatively stronger. The Sun-Star Nucleus Stone is extremely precious. I have a great use for it too. Dongbua Shui-ing tactfully rejected. The emissary frowned. The magnificent Water Demon King requires a Sun-Star Nucleus Stone. Are you not going to give me this face? Dongbua Shui-ing did not doubt it. After all, the two Daos of the Water Demon King were related to water. Water and fire were similar, yet opposing energies. It was normal for the Water Demon King to research on the opposing Sun-Star Nucleus Stone to improve his Daos. If it were an ordinary item, I would be willing to give it to the Water Demon King. But you should have heard that I paid a huge price for this Sun-Star Nucleus Stone. After Bamboo Saint snatched it away, I even killed my way to the Ink Bamboo Great Land to snatch it back. Dongbua Shueing said, "It is extremely important to me. I have no other choice." The emissary felt frustrated. He then said, "Monarch, the magnificent Water Demon King has also asked me to bring a treasure to exchange for the Sun-Star Nucleus Stone. Monarch, why don't you take a look first?" "Oh," Dongbua Shueing said. "Monarch, please take a look." The emissary waved his hand contentedly. A drop of golden liquid floated in front of him. There were many runes moving on the golden liquid. "This is the third volume of the Absolute Art One-Line Attraction. Monarch can receive it once." Dongbua Shueying's expression sank when he heard that. The One-Line Attraction was extremely famous. It was one of the absolute arts passed down by the Lake Heart Island Master, according to the intelligence he knew. The One-Line Attraction originally had 6 drops of golden liquid. And strangely, these 6 drops of golden liquid would not appear in the same cosmos epoch. In a cosmos epoch, at most 5 drops would appear at the same time. According to the cultivation content of the 6 drops, the first 2 volumes were for world deities to cultivate. The 3rd volume was for ordinary true deities to cultivate. The 4th volume was for paragons to cultivate. The 5th volume was for rulers to cultivate. The 6th volume was even higher. From this, one could see the strength of the strongest existences in the cosmos epochs. Even the self-created absolute arts were so terrifying. It's just the 3rd volume. Without the 1st and 2nd volume, I can't cultivate it. Dongbua Shueing said coldly. "Monarch, you can use it as a reference." The emissary said, "It's a pity that I'm a stage for world deity." Dongbua Shueing said indifferently, "An absolute art that couldn't be cultivated nor comprehended was only passed down once." And he wanted to exchange it for the Sun-Star Nucleus Stone. His blood demon scripture was also one of the 6 great inheritances of the ancestor devil. In order to get Ripple Lady Planet Master's help, he had even sent a disciple to learn the first half of the blood demon scripture. He had even promised to help her complete the array diagram. Furthermore, he had to offer the void black soil and 12 precious materials in exchange for a single Sun-Star Nucleus Stone. Just an incomplete and useless absolute art's 3rd volume. And he wanted to take away the Sun-Star Nucleus Stone? The difference in value was more than 10 times. The Sun-Star Nucleus Stone is extremely important to me. Forgive me for not being able to give it to the Water Demon King. Dongbua Shueing stood up. "Monarch Dongbua, the magnificent Water Demon King, needs this Sun-Star Nucleus Stone. Do you dare to go against him?" The emissary was anxious. The Water Demon King had always been eccentric. In the past, he didn't even place the rulers in his eyes. Even though he had suffered a lesson from Primal Master, he still respected the rulers. He treated other paragons with disdain. As for a stage 4 world deity like Dongbua Shueing, he didn't place him in his eyes at all. He felt that if he gave Dongbua Shueing a way out, wouldn't he hand it over obediently? After so many years, he was already used to it. How would ordinary powerful existences dare to go against him when they heard the name Water Demon King? They would obediently hand it over with both hands. Because the trade was unfair, there were many who secretly complained about him. After all, the title Demon King was not just a name. Go against me? Dongbua Shueying's gaze turned cold. A stage 3 world deity like you dares to shout and shout in front of me? Hong, Dongbua Shueying's gaze turned cold. A terrifying surging energy wrapped around the emissary. The emissary felt the world turning dark. A terrifying energy pressed down on him, rendering him unable to move, see, or hear anything. When he regained his senses, he raised his head and discovered that he was already outside the gates of Monarch Dongbu's residence. Scram! A voice exploded in his ears. The emissary felt his heart trembling. Too daring, too daring. The emissary didn't dare to find trouble with Dongbu Shuang. He was a stage, 3-world deity. Dongbu Shuang could kill him with a flip of his hand. Within the palace hall, Dongbu Shuang's eyes were filled with coldness. Previously, he felt a strand of ridicule and disdain from Leaf Saint. But this time, the disdain from Water Demon King was even stronger. But Dongbu Shuang had to admit, being a terrifying existence that could challenge rulers, he had the qualifications to do so. I might be a small stage for a world deity, but does Water Demon King have the guts to act so atrociously in my Black Fog Sea? Dongbu Shuang sneered. Bloodshed, God Palace territory. It was fine if it was an ordinary battle, but for someone at Water Demon King's level to dare to act, much less Dongbu Shuang, he could even act against any powerful existence that relied on Bloodblade. Bloodblade would appear and act at any moment. This was also the responsibility of relying on Bloodblade. Bloodblade. Otherwise, why would those powerful existences rely on them? Bloodblade was ranked first on the Cosmos Deity Demon list, and his deterrence was even stronger than Primal Masters. Dongbu Shuang originally did not wish to offend Water Demon King. As long as Water Demon King paid a slightly fair price, he did not care even if he suffered a small loss. After all, Chihua Laozu did not use the Sun Star Nucleus Stone, and he temporarily did not need it either. But he wanted to take it away after paying a price that was practically free. The Sun Star Nucleus Stone was not that cheap. He chased away that emissary. Following that, everything was as calm as usual. Water Demon King did not use any other methods. Clearly, he was still fearful of rulers, and even more fearful of Bloodblade. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, more than 2,000 years had passed since Bamboo Saint's death. I feel that I have accumulated quite a bit of experience. The laws of the world and the unseen world are also blurry, and I can grasp them at any moment. But I still can't comprehend them. It seems that burying my head in cultivation isn't too suitable. I should do as Big Brother Huiching said, and go out and experience all sorts of sceneries and experiences. Who knows, a certain scene or experience might stimulate me. Dongbu Shuang spoke to his wife before leaving the Black Fog Sea by himself. He began roaming the world in search of opportunities to transcend. Chapter 642. The territory of the Bloodshed God Palace occupied 30% of the entire deity world. It was vast. Dongbu Shuang was walking around many places, searching for opportunities to transcend. Cloud Card Planet. Within an ordinary small city, within an ordinary courtyard, an old carpenter was currently carving a design on a chair. The ground was filled with wood shavings. Old Uncle, a green-robed teenager, walked out from the house. My body is almost fully recovered. It is time for me to leave. Many thanks for saving my life. The old carpenter's appearance was 70% similar to Dongbu Shuang. It was just that his old hair had turned white. Clearly, this was Dongbu Shuang's transformation. He had roamed around the deity world, staying in one place for decades like a mortal. His appearance would gradually age, and when he was old enough, he would quietly leave. He would start a new life in another place. Kid, your injuries have yet to fully recover. Dongbu Shuang straightened his back. He even massaged his waist before walking over with his hunched back. You can just stay here and rest well. It won't be too late to leave when your body has recovered. Old uncle, I will only bring you trouble if I stay here. The teenager said, Ha ha ha, your old uncle's hair has turned white, and I am alone. Why would I be afraid of trouble? Dongbu Shuang laughed. He even coughed twice. Even if you don't say, I can guess it. That night when I saved you, the entire city was searching for you, right? The green-robed teenager laughed awkwardly. He knew that the old uncle in front of him must have guessed it. After all, during the search, he had described his appearance, clothes, and injuries clearly. How could he not guess it? You can just stay here peacefully. This old uncle is alone, and you can accompany me, Dongbua Shui-ing said with his hunched back. He coughed twice before turning back to carve the design on the chair. Old uncle, you keep coughing. You have to get some medicine, the green-robed teenager said with concern. It's just an old illness. It's fine. Dongbua Shui-ing's transformed body was like an ordinary mortal. He would age and fall sick. Suddenly, Dongbua Shui-ing looked outside. Dong, dong, dong. Soon, a faint rumbling sound came from outside the courtyard. The green-clothed youth's expression changed drastically. He immediately leaped onto the roof and was about to run away. However, a loud and clear sound rang out in the sky, and many flying beasts quickly flew over. The flying beasts were all covered in armor, and there were warriors on them. They quickly covered the sky. Pum! The courtyard door was directly smashed into pieces. One by one, soldiers riding on berserk beasts charged in. The green-clothed youth raised his head and looked at the dozens of flying soldiers in the sky. He revealed a look of despair and returned to the courtyard. Among the group of soldiers in the courtyard, a well-dressed young man riding a white-furred beast came to the front. He looked at the green-robed young man with a cold smile on his face. My dear little brother, isn't it better for you to obediently be a puppet emperor? You will be able to enjoy a life of luxury and beautiful women. Become a puppet emperor? But you're sending me to my death. The green-clothed youth said angrily. Don't think that I don't know. 3 years later, the deities will descend and take away the power of faith. When they discover that the power of faith is gone, I, the emperor, will most likely be killed. And if my guess is correct, the evil god behind you will also act against me very soon. He will control my soul and turn me into a truly loyal puppet. To me, that would be even worse than death. Tsk, you know quite a lot. The well-dressed young man exclaimed. I've really underestimated you. You're my elder brother. Why are you treating me like this? The green-clothed youth was furious. Who asked us to be in the royal family? Who asked me to have hundreds of brothers and sisters? The well-dressed young man sighed. 3 years later, the deities will descend. Before they descend, we must disguise ourselves well. We must also prepare a scapegoat. We must not leave any flaws. All right, it's time for you to return. The green-clothed youth gritted his teeth and looked at his surroundings in despair. I can return with you, but you must promise me to let Uncle go. He's just an ordinary person. Is it him? The well-dressed young man glanced at the hunchbacked Dongbua Shui-ing and sneered. I've said before, we must not leave any flaws. God's envoy, kill him. The well-dressed young man ordered. Yes, your highness, a black-robed man replied respectfully. No. If you continue acting like this, I'll kill myself. The green-clothed youth gritted his teeth. My younger brother, you actually have the courage to kill yourself? Don't worry. In front of me, a mere mortal like you won't be able to kill yourself. The well-dressed young man smiled. A formless heaven and earth energy had already wrapped around the green-clothed youth. Just accept your fate. This is the fate that I've arranged for you. The green-clothed youth's eyes turned red. He glanced at Dongbua Shui-ing and said, Uncle, I've implicated too many people. I've implicated you as well. Io. So it's related to stealing faith energy. Dongbua Shui-ing coughed twice and said, Faith energy is something that the upper echelons of the deity world require. Every single star has to hand it over. To think that an evil god would dare to steal faith energy. How audacious. As Shui-ing was speaking, the black-robed man who was walking over took a step forward. However, he remained motionless, only his eyeballs moving. The well-dressed young man's expression changed drastically when he heard every single star has to hand over and saw that the god's envoy wasn't moving at all. He knew that he was in big trouble. "Master, master, there's trouble." The well-dressed young man hurriedly cried for help. Very soon, boom, the heaven and earth trembled. From afar, an incomparably majestic figure that was glowing with golden light appeared. Both his feet were on the ground, and even his knees were above the clouds. His gigantic body was even floating in the void. A towering figure of over 10,000 kilometers was simply too huge for a star that was merely tens of thousands of kilometers in diameter. The 10,000-mile-tall god spirit looked down with a pair of furious eyes, looking down at the small city and the slightly hunchbacked old carpenter in the small courtyard. Dongbua Shui-ing raised his head and looked at the godly spirit with a smile that wasn't a smile. Mighty God! Countless people on this star were so frightened that they knelt down when they saw this towering, godly spirit. "Who are you?" The towering, godly spirit roared in anger. "Little fellow, your guts are quite big." Dongbua Shui-ing stretched out his hand, and the towering, godly spirit's body shrunk uncontrollably as it flew towards Dongbua Shui-ing's palm. Very soon, it turned into the size of an ant as it landed on Dongbua Shui-ing's palm. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. The well-dressed young man and his subordinates in the small courtyard, as well as the green-robed young man, stared at this scene in shock. The towering, godly spirit actually shrunk and flew into the palm of this old carpenter? "From today onwards, you shall be this little fellow's servant," Dongbua Shui-ing instructed. With a wave of his hand, the godly spirit immediately transformed into a gray-robed old man and knelt down respectfully. "Thank you, Senior, for sparing my life." He was very clear that only a world deity would be able to do such a thing. After all, he was in existence in the middle stage of the deity realm. "Senior." The well-dressed young man knelt down in an instant. Dongbua Shui-ing looked at the green-robed young man and smiled. Formless world energy immediately seeped into the body of the green-robed young man, changing his body rapidly, turning it into a transcendent. Dongbua Shui-ing said, "Since you're still thinking of this old uncle at the very end, I shall help you out in the end. Consider it as fate between the two of us." "Old uncle." The green-robed young man was stunned. Even a fool would know that this old uncle in front of him was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. He was most likely a big shot of the deity world who had lived for countless years. "Senior, I'm afraid that I might be exposed when you come back to collect the faith energy 3 years later." The gray-robed old man was somewhat afraid. Dongbua Shui-ing waved his hand and tossed a small faith energy stone over. "It's more than enough to make up for the debt you owe me." The gray-robed old man was instantly overjoyed. "Brat, take care of yourself." Dongbua Shui-ing looked at the green-robed young man before disappearing into thin air. Only then did the gray-robed old man heave a sigh of relief. He walked over to the green-robed young man's side and asked, "Master, who is this senior?" "I don't know. All I know is that everyone calls him Old Man Dongbua." The green-robed young man replied in a daze. "Old Man Dongbua." The gray-robed old man was stunned. There aren't many world deities with the name Dongbua. Only those from the legendary monarch Dongbo's mansion can be found. That person is a legendary existence. Dongbua Shui-ing's reputation in the deity world was simply too great. He had shocked everyone during the Myriad Flower Feast and had become a disciple of God Emperor. It was said that he had even killed powerful existences. His reputation amongst the countless deities was much higher than that of the calm sea prefecture master. He should be someone from the monarch Dongbo's mansion, the gray-robed old man guessed. After leaving the cloud card planet, Dongbu Shuiying's appearance rapidly changed. His mortal body rapidly transformed back into his true body. He regained his youthful appearance. A powerful and terrifying aura was naturally emitted. This was the appearance of Monarch Dong Bo. I've traveled across many planets for 3,000 years, yet I have yet to transcend. Dongbu Shuiying shook his head. It seems that it is too difficult to touch me given my cultivation heart realm. Even though leaving the bloodshed God Palace's territory might be slightly troublesome, it's better for me to make a trip there. I'll first go to the Moonstar. Dongbu Shuiying immediately tore open a time-space tunnel. With a step, he entered the colorful time-space tunnel and rushed towards the Moonstar. He originally did not wish to leave the bloodshed God Palace's territory. It was mainly because he was afraid of Water Devil King and the Ancestor Mother religion. Naturally, he felt that Water Devil King would not be so foolish to act. That time, Water Devil King sent his subordinates, most likely because he wanted to use his name to intimidate Dongbu Shuiying, forcing Dongbu Shuiying to hand over the treasures under his reverence. But Dongbu Shuiying had, after all, cultivated by leaps and bounds. He was naturally prideful in his heart, unlike those old fellows who could endure silently. The possibility of Water Devil King acting is extremely low, but the Ancestor Mother religion, are they really going to act just for some precious materials from Bamboo Saint? Dongbu Shuiying thought, their vision is so narrow? But he did not know. The Ancestor Mother religion could not collect them on a large scale. They could only rely on Bamboo Saint and other experts from the deity world and abyss. Furthermore, other than Bamboo Saint, who deliberately collected them, ordinary powerful existences and paragons would usually not collect so many strange things. Nevertheless, these were what the Ancestor Mother religion urgently needed. Within the Ancestor Mother religion's ancient towering palace hall, a huge green-brown-skinned hunk with 2 fangs and a few rags wrapped around his body slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were still filled with boundless warmth, causing the atmosphere in the palace hall to become cheerful and warm. Dongbu Shuiying, we've left the bloodshed God Palace's territory. The huge, fanged hunk chuckled and nodded. It's time to bring back those precious materials. Chapter 643. Protector Qian. The huge fanged hunk softly muttered. His voice reverberated within a silent secret room. Within this room, there was an ape-like, wild beast sitting cross-legged like a human. He had golden fur and a calm expression. When he heard the voice of the religious leader, he opened his eyes. It was a pair of golden eyes, filled with devotion and love. This golden-haired monkey stood up, and the door to the secret room automatically opened. Hua! With a single step, he traversed a great distance, arriving outside the bronze door of the majestic palace hall. The bronze door automatically opened. The golden-haired monkey was still like a wild beast as he walked in. The bronze door closed once again. Religious leader. The golden-haired monkey also sat cross-legged. Protector Qian, there's a matter that requires your help. The huge fanged hunk said, Religious leader, please speak. The golden-haired monkey warmly said. The huge fanged hunk continued, In this cultivator cosmos, there is a person called Dongbu Shuiying. Previously, he killed the true body of Bamboo Saint and snatched away all the precious materials we need. Even though he is a stage 4 world deity, he has a combat power close to that of a paragon. His defense is formidable, and in the cultivator cosmos, even an apex paragon could barely injure him. Because his defense is too strong, we have to trouble you to act. I understand. The golden-haired monkey nodded. He must have brought those precious materials with him. I can't be sure, but those materials are very important to us. But to the experts of the cultivator cosmos, they aren't that important. They would at most use them to refine some external items. Thus, Dongbu Shuiying shouldn't place too much importance on these materials. The huge fanged hunk said, Indeed, To Dongbua Shuang, these materials couldn't even be compared to a true god weapon. But since these materials could attract the attention of this religious leader, their value to them was even more important than a true god weapon. It's just that they were outsiders and could not wantonly collect them. After all, they did not have any karmic lines, and it would be easy for them to be discovered. His teacher is Bloodblade. The moment he meets us, Bloodblade might rush over. The huge fanged hunk said. Fortunately, Dongbua Shuang has already left the Bloodshed God Palace territory. Looking at the direction of his time-space tunnel, he should be rushing towards the Moon Star. Before he reaches the Moon Star, kill him quickly. Kill him and take the treasures, then leave immediately. Yes, the golden-haired monkey nodded. In his hometown, among the Protector-level experts, he was one of the top 3 terrifying existences, equivalent to the position of Monarch Green and Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction in Dongbua Shuang's universe. You must do your best and be fast. You know how important these precious materials are to us, said the huge fanged man. I will inform you of Dongbua Shuang's location from time to time. Let's go. The golden-haired monkey bowed respectfully and left. Within the space-time tunnel, Dongbua Shuang was traveling at a high speed, and the space around him was distorted. Moon Star. Dongbua Shuang was looking forward to it. I've been to the Sun Star before. I wonder how special the Moon Star is. Although there were records of it, it was even more shocking to experience it personally. The Moon Star and the Sun Star were both aggressive and unsuitable for survival. However, the Sun Star was violent and destructive. At its peak, it contained the energy of life. The Moon Star was different. The Moon Star wasn't as aggressive, but it was more sinister. The deeper one went, the more one's body might be able to withstand it. But unknowingly, one would be frozen into a statue. Even one's true deity heart would be frozen to death. On the Sun Star, it was easy to stop if one felt that one couldn't withstand it. But on the Moon Star, one had to take it easy. Amen. Dongbua Shuang suddenly felt the surrounding space-time trembling. What is this? Dongbua Shuang stared in front of him in astonishment. A dazzling golden light suddenly appeared in front of him. Dongbua Shuang tried his best to look carefully, and he could barely see a blurry figure within the dazzling golden light, following which that figure waved its palm. At the instant it waved its palm, the radiance on that palm instantly erupted, while the radiance on its body dimmed. Monkey. Dongbua Shuang saw it clearly. This was a golden-haired monkey emitting golden light. The golden-haired monkey's eyes were filled with benevolence. That huge hairy palm rapidly expanded as it slapped toward Shuang. It was as if it had turned into a huge continent. This huge palm seemed boundless. Every single hair on that hairy palm was like a towering tree. The surrounding space-time had completely frozen, and the flow of energy had stopped. Dongbua Shuang's expression changed. It wasn't because the other party did not have any karmic lines. After all, after leaving the Bloodshed God Palace territory, Dongbua Shuang was prepared to be ambushed by the ancestor mother religion. At this moment, it caused his expression to change. It was because the power of this palm was too terrifying. That huge, hairy palm enveloped him, and its power far surpassed the feeling Monarch Green gave him. It was even comparable to the pressure brought by rulers like Bloodblade, Temporal Island Lord, and Abyss Primogenitor. Naturally, because Monarch Green, Bloodblade, and Temporal Island Lord did not deliberately release their aura when they met with Dongbua Shuang. And it was not a battle. The pressure they emitted was naturally not that strong. But this palm was ultimately too powerful. This power made Dongbua Shuang's heart tremble uncontrollably. This was an instinct of life. Facing that sword from White Sovereign King, he did not fear it. But facing this palm, he was terrified, because the pressure brought by this palm far surpassed that of that sword. Dongbua Shuang even had a premonition that if he were to face it head-on, Even with the protection of the extreme annihilation mysterious body, he would be smashed into smithereens in an instant. His body and soul would be extinguished. Is this the power of the ancestor mother religion? The experts they sent out are so powerful. Dongbua Shwe-ing was stunned. His teacher, Blood Blade, Temporal Island Lord, and the others had used the words fools and fools to describe the ancestor mother religion. Yet the one they sent to deal with him was already this powerful. The huge hairy palm rapidly enveloped him. As it got closer, the hairs on that huge palm became as big as heavenly pillars. This palm had completely filled the limits of Dongbua Shwe-ing's senses. That's right, regardless of how he sensed, this palm had already enveloped his entire region. He could neither dodge nor evade. Dongbua Shwe-ing looked up. He could feel this terrifying power. Formidable. Dongbua Shwe-ing praised. At the same time, he held a talisman in his hand. That was the talisman that would allow him to head to the starting ground. With just a thought, south, Dongbua Shwe-ing disappeared. He completely disappeared from this time-space. Saying it was slow, the golden-haired monkey had directly sent out a palm the moment he appeared. Dongbua Shwe-ing did not have any thoughts of resisting. He immediately relied on the talisman to head to the starting ground. Before leaving, he even transmitted a message to his teacher, Bloodblade. Teacher, there's an enemy who wants to kill me. He has the appearance of a golden-haired monkey. There are no karmic lines binding him. He seems to be an expert from the ancestor mother religion. Chapter 644. At the same time, Bloodshed God Palace, within that hidden underground palace hall. Bloodblade, who was currently comprehending the Cosmos Cauldron, received a transmission from Dongbua Shwe-ing. His expression changed slightly. Golden-haired monkey appearance? Ancestor mother religion? He was able to ascertain the location of Dongbua Shwe-ing through karma, but closely following that, that avatar of Dongbua Shwe-ing disappeared, and so did his karma. Gone. Bloodblade's eyes were filled with fury. He could not sense anything through karma, and under normal circumstances, there was only one possibility. He was dead. Naturally, the true body of Dongbua Shwe-ing in the Xia people's world was still alive, but the avatar that was originally with the golden-haired monkey had completely disappeared. Even the karma could not be sensed. Bloodblade would naturally think that this avatar of Dongbua Shwe-ing had been killed. After all, even with the experience of Bloodblade, he only knew of a few possibilities that could cause karma to disappear, and all of them were rare to rulers. Truly savage. A cold light flashed in the eyes of Bloodblade. Following that, he disappeared. Who? After activating the talisman, Dongbua Shwe-ing felt the surrounding cosmos energy gently protecting him. It was much more comfortable than piercing through space-time. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at his destination. Dongbua Shwe-ing looked in all directions. He was surrounded by a primal chaos void, and beneath Dongbua Shwe-ing's feet was a piece of land. This land was just a few dozen kilometers in size. My eyes, my ears. Dongbua Shwe-ing was startled. His eyesight was incredibly strong. He could even clearly see the patterns on the back of an ant from hundreds of millions of miles away. His hearing could even hear all kinds of vibrations. Even when he closed his eyes, he could still hear everything in the vast area around him. And at this moment, Dongbua Shwe-ing discovered that this land was just a few dozen kilometers in size, and he could not see it clearly. His ears could only hear the sound of the wind, and he couldn't hear the countless waves at all. This feeling was far inferior to when he was one with the world as a mortal. It was as if he was an ordinary mortal when he was young. Mortal? Dongbua Shwe-ing stretched out his right hand and clenched it. There was no explosion in space, not even the fluctuation of air being compressed. My luminous sun force? World deity energy? Dongbua Shwe-ing could clearly feel the dormant energy within his body, but his luminous sun force and world deity energy remained motionless. He was unable to mobilize them at all. What happened? Dongbua Shueing felt that his strength had become very ordinary. He pulled out a flying knife from his waist. Because he couldn't even release his consciousness ripples, the true god weapon flying knife was like an ordinary flying knife. Dongbua Shueing took the flying dagger and gently slid it across his palm. Suddenly a wound appeared. What? Although Dongbua Shueing had some guesses, he saw his incomparably strong body being cut by a light cut, and he was even bleeding. I've become immortal. Dongbua Shueing kept the flying dagger back into the scabbard by his waist. He looked around and was at a loss of what to do. He, Dongbua Shueing, had cultivated for many years and possessed overwhelming combat power that was close to that of a paragon. But after activating the talisman and being teleported to the starting ground, he had actually become immortal? Dongbua Shueing looked at the land in front of him that spanned a few dozen kilometers. In the distance, there were rows of trees. The trees were filled with shade, and green leaves fluttered in the wind. Behind the trees, there were some simple and unadorned stone houses. Other than the trees, there were also flower beds and grasslands. In the distance, there was a stream flowing, and there were even fishes leaping out of the water. There was also a wooden bridge that spanned across the river. In the center of the entire land, there were 3 scattered grass houses. The withered grass on the grass houses were slightly yellow. Everything was filled with natural beauty. This is the starting ground. Dongbua Shueing was puzzled. He had thought of many possibilities. He would be able to teleport to the starting ground from any location in the universe. Even if the ancient ruins were suppressing him, he would also be able to teleport to any location in the universe from the starting ground. According to the information, even sovereigns would most likely die here. Dongbua Shueing had thought that this was an extremely dangerous place. But now, from the looks of it, it seemed to be a place for him to relax. Pa! A sound suddenly rang out from afar. Dongbua Shueing looked over. It came from one of the unremarkable stone houses behind the trees at the edge of the land. The door of one of the stone houses was pushed open, and a white-haired old man dressed in cloth walked out. There's actually someone here. Dongbua Shueing held his breath. There was actually someone else in the starting ground. Little fellow, do you feel like you've become immortal? The old man chuckled as he walked over, shouting from afar, Cultivating every day is so tiring. Isn't it better to let you experience the feeling of being immortal once again? The flowers are so fragrant and the leaves are so beautiful. You have almost forgotten the feeling of being immortal. Dongbua Shueing was startled. The feeling of being immortal. That's right. His eyesight was terrifying. Even if it was a green leaf, his gaze would be able to penetrate it and see its insides. In his eyes, a green leaf was like a continent. He could see through the inner workings of the green leaf and all its secrets. In fact, if he closed his eyes and took a whiff, he would be able to discern the countless minute components of the fragrance. Sometimes the world will be more interesting if things are a bit more blurry. The old man laughed. Back then, the ancestor constructed this place for the sake of relaxing, for the sake of reminiscing the feeling of being immortal. No matter how strong you are, even sovereigns would be no different from mortals here. This is the rule of the starting ground. Dongbua Shueing began to understand. This was the rule set down by the ancestor. Once they came, they would be no different from mortals. Since I can't use the laws and profound mysteries, I can't display my strength. How can I tell the difference in strength? Dongbua Shueing asked, Isn't the starting ground extremely dangerous? Don't be hasty, the old man said. You will soon experience a near-death experience. Calm down first. I can tell that your heart isn't calm at all. Dongbua Shueing couldn't help but feel ashamed. His state of mind was indeed affected. After all, ever since he became a transcendent, he had never felt this feeling of being immortal again. Even if he disguised himself as a mortal and roamed the world, it was still a disguise. But now, in this starting ground, under the rules of the starting ground, he was now a true mortal. Any blade could easily cut through his skin. Even his strength was very weak. It would be amazing if he could lift a few hundred kilograms. Karma? Dongbua Shueing was startled. The karma here? You can't sense karma. The old man asked. My true body in the outside world can't sense this body of mine. Dongbua Shueing nodded. This was too inconceivable. In the past, if he couldn't sense karma, he would be dead. But now he was perfectly fine in the starting ground. Although his true body couldn't sense karma, his memories could still be exchanged. This is the influence of the starting ground. The old man said, Kid, you are still weak. You are only a stage 4. Your cultivation base is also low. How much of this world have you seen? Asterisk, asterisk. Chapter 645. Dongbua Shueing nodded. He was currently ranked in the top 50 on the Cosmos Deity Demon list. To many cultivators, he was absolutely in existence, standing at the peak. But the higher he stood, the more he would interact with. Dongbua Shueing discovered that there were too many unknowns. Didn't you say that you would experience danger? The old man laughed. Come, I'll bring you there. Dongbua Shueing nodded. Danger is accompanied by opportunity. Even though it is a narrow escape for you, the moment you succeed, your future path will be much wider, the old man said as he walked into the distance. Dongbua Shueing obediently followed behind. The two of them were currently like mortals. Naturally, they walked slowly like mortals. After walking for an hour, they finally reached a distance of 20 kilometers. There were 5 huge trees here. Each tree required several people to surround. The old man walked to the tree on the left. Follow me. The moment his body touched the tree, he passed through it. Dongbua Shueing turned back. I actually took so long to walk 20 kilometers. He then laughed and walked towards that tree. The moment his body touched the tree, he passed through space. Hua! This was an incomparably vast world. The moment Dongbua Shueing entered, he felt his strength completely recover. His body regained its powerful strength. He could even mobilize the world deity energy and luminous sun force in his body. He stood in midair, looking at the scenery of this world. This vast world had a continuous chain of mountains. Incomparably far away, on top of a mountain, there was a golden axe stabbed into it. Do you see that axe? The white-haired old man also stood in midair and said with a smile. Amen. Dongbua Shueing nodded. He was inwardly startled. Even after entering this Eden world, he still could not sense the strength of this old man. It was as though he was an ordinary person. Very good. The white-haired old man nodded. He then turned his gaze towards a distant, icy mountain peak. That mountain peak was formed entirely from ice. Through the ice, one could faintly see a figure within. Dongbua Shueing's eyesight was extremely good. At a glance, he discovered that the sleeping figure had sat up and stretched. Crack, crack, crack. The entire ice mountain began to split into 2 sides, forming a huge crack. The crack extended from the top of the mountain all the way to where the sleeping figure was. That figure then flew out and stood on one of the peaks of the ice mountain. This was a man wearing rags and standing there barefoot. He stood there lazily as his gaze landed on Dongbua Shueing in the distance. He couldn't help but smirk as his body released a terrifying aura. Boom! The terrifying aura from his body suddenly rushed out in all directions, and even the space exploded. One could see the distorted space ripples with the naked eye. For a moment, the space within 100 million miles around him was twisting. With a faint smile on his face, the man looked at Dongbua Shueing and said, So you are my opponent this time? Opponent? Dongbua Shueing's expression had changed long ago. The strength of this aura made Dongbua Shueing feel an immense pressure. Little brat, the white-haired old man said, This is your opponent. Your test is to pull out that axe while he is blocking you. As long as you can pull out that axe, you will have passed the test. Wait until your strength reaches the world realm before you enter. I don't need to defeat him. Dongbua Shueing was stunned. Defeat him? The white-haired old man was astonished as well. He shook his head, not at that time. How could you defeat him? Although his realm is very low, only world deity realm. He hasn't reached a higher realm, but he is practically the strongest existence in the world deity realm. Dongbua Shueing was puzzled. He hasn't opened his own Tao. No, the white-haired old man said. His realm is comparable to your stage for world deities. Dongbua Shueing nodded lightly. In the starting ground, the classification of strength was mainly based on one's realm. World deity realm, world realm, pioneer realm, ruler realm. For example, although Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master was a stage for world deity, he had opened his own Tao, which belonged to the pioneer realm. A stage 4 world deity, I can't defeat him? Dongbua Shueing thought. Although he felt that the opponent's aura was very strong, Dongbua Shueing's extreme annihilation mysterious body's defense was also strong enough. You don't need to defeat him. You just need to pull out that axe, the white-haired old man said. Remember, don't be careless. Although his realm is ordinary, his strength is extremely strong. He is the most terrifying world deity that my old ancestor has ever found after traveling through countless universes. The grand ancestor studied his body and reconstructed an identical body here. He even copied the memories of the other party. Dongbua Shueing nodded. The most terrifying world deity that the old ancestor who built the starting ground had ever encountered? How strong could he be? Don't be caught by him. Once he catches you and swallows you into his body, you'll be dead, the white-haired old man said. His body structure can even digest true god weapons. Dongbua Shueing was speechless. In his hometown, he is an extremely special existence. Otherwise, my old ancestor wouldn't have spent so much effort to research his body. The white-haired old man smiled. I hope you can survive under his hands. Begin. The white-haired old man suddenly shouted. The aura of the lazy man standing at the peak of the distant, icy mountain suddenly soared. Hong hong hong! On the surface of his exposed skin, purplish gold veins appeared. At the edge of his face, purplish gold veins also appeared. On both sides, the purplish gold veins intertwined all the way to his eyes, just like the purplish gold veins on his eyebrows. Both his eyes were emitting a purplish gold light. His hair was also emitting a purplish gold light. His aura had risen by more than a level. The entire space of this Eden world was trembling slightly. There were even many miniature black holes forming around his body. These black holes wanted to expand, but they were soon shattered by the distorted void. Dongbua Shueing could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He even had the misconception that he had met that golden-haired monkey previously. Such a monster is a world deity. Dongbua Shueing found it hard to believe. As I said, this is the most terrifying world deity the old ancestor has ever seen. The white-haired old man said, Be careful, he is coming. Within the ancient towering palace hall of the ancestor mother religion, Hua, two figures appeared out of thin air. The huge, fanged hunk grabbed onto the golden-haired monkey. Many thanks, religious leader. The golden-haired monkey said, Since Bloodblade has acted, we can't be careless. Naturally, we have to bring you back as soon as possible. The huge fanged hunk exclaimed, Previously, you said that Dongbua Shueing disappeared. That's right, he disappeared. The golden-haired monkey nodded. There are only a few in this cosmos who could do this in front of me. Only those few specialized in escaping techniques. The huge fanged hunk frowned. I've received news that the karma of this avatar of Dongbua Shueing has disappeared as well. What? The golden-haired monkey was shocked. The karma disappeared? There were many possibilities of escaping. But not only did he escape, even the karma disappeared mysteriously. That was extraordinary. It seems that this monarch Dongbua has an extraordinary treasure on him. The huge, fanged hunk chuckled. We have to pay more attention to him in the future. We have to investigate what treasure he has that allowed him to escape so easily from you and even hide the karma. At the void where the golden-haired monkey and Dongbua Shuang met, the crimson-robed blood blade appeared here. His eyes were cold as he looked around. Humph! Bloodblade was filled with killing intent. If it were an internal battle within the cosmos, Dongbua Shuang could only blame his disciple for losing an avatar. After all, there was a tacit understanding between rulers. But the ancestor mother religion, daring to kill his disciple, Bloodblade could not tolerate it. Time rewind. Bloodblade coldly said. His voice was like an order. The surrounding time started rewinding. Even though that golden-haired monkey had used a technique to isolate others from probing. But to the number one on the Cosmos Deity Demon list, Bloodblade, he could still forcefully investigate what happened in the past. Very soon the past appeared. That golden-haired monkey waved his palm. Its power has reached the ruler level. Bloodblade softly nodded, but its realm is still rough. The ancestor mother religion actually hid such an expert. Closely following that palm, Dongbua Shuang disappeared. Bloodblade was stunned. He stared blankly at this scene. He originally thought that his disciple had been killed, causing the karma to disappear. But the scene before him told him that his disciple had escaped by himself. This brat, Bloodblade, who was originally filled with killing intent and had a cold expression, suddenly grinned. It seems that I, as his teacher, have underestimated my disciple. Chapter 646. Within the grotto heaven. The aura emitted by the barefooted man caused the entire grotto heaven to tremble, following which he exerted force with his feet. Rumble! More than half of the ice mountain beneath his feet crumbled. However, he transformed into a golden beam of light and pounced forward. His speed was so fast that even Dongbua Shuang was speechless. Just as flying speed alone is 3 times faster than mine, he is comparable to a peak supremacy. What's more troublesome is that the entire grotto heaven is under his control. I'm actually unable to use my world energy. Dongbua Shuang thought to himself. If he could use his world energy, he could directly condense a world clone at the axe's head and pull it out. Sky Dome Fog Prison. With a thought, Dongbua Shuang's luminous sun force flew out of his body. Countless white beams of light flew out. This is my territory. The man in rags stopped. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Wang. Countless cold chi appeared in the grotto heaven. The temperature plummeted. Layers of ice appeared on the vast land. Even the luminous sun force flying in the sky was frozen. Countless snowflakes appeared. Each snowflake contained a power that far surpassed the luminous sun force. The snowflakes covered every corner of the space. Dongbua Shuang was unable to dodge. He could only resist it with his body. The luminous sun force on the surface of the black armor could not resist it at all. The snowflakes landed on the surface of the armor. However, the black armor was an absolute art created by the owner of Lakeheart Island. It easily resisted the snowflakes. These snowflakes are too terrifying. Even my luminous sun force has been frozen. Dongbua Shuang was speechless. Moreover, it's everywhere. Even a stage 4 with weaker defenses would probably freeze to death here. 9 out of 10 was definitely not a lie. Currently, the vast land was covered in silver. Countless snowflakes floated down. The man in rags stood in midair and laughed coldly. Interesting. I thought you would freeze to death. In his memories, with this move he could freeze countless opponents to death. Heart Realm. With a thought, Dongbua Shuang performed the only illusion technique among the 5 great secret skills. Because he lived in the Black Fog Sea for a long time, he naturally often went to comprehend the illusory world in the black fog. Over the years, he had also created a terrifying illusory technique. Even ordinary great existences with a slightly weaker cultivation heart would fall for it. The power of this move lay in whether one could withstand it or not. Just look at the soul. Was his soul strong enough? Was his mental state high enough? If they failed, they would be trapped in the heart realm and killed by Dongbu Shuang. Hua! Dongbu Shuang looked into the distance. Formless ripples spread out, and in an instant it struck the barefooted man in rags. The moment it struck, Dongbu Shuang's heart skipped a beat. There's a soul? Very good. Because the opponent was created by the ancestor who created the starting ground and had memories added to it. Strictly speaking, it was not a real life. Dongbu Shuang was worried that the opponent was a puppet. If the opponent did not have a soul, then the effects of his illusory technique would be greatly reduced. While attacking, Dongbu Shuang discovered that the opponent did have something similar to the true deity heart in his body. Your illusory technique is truly powerful. However, when I was growing up, I suffered from it 3 times. After that, I was fortunate enough to obtain a treasure to protect my soul, and I no longer have any flaws. The barefooted man's eyes were filled with killing intent. You should just obediently accept your death. As soon as he said that, the man in rags quickly closed in. Dongbu Shuang was also thinking as he ran, feeling anxious in his heart. Even my soul doesn't have any flaws. How am I supposed to fight? Forget it. As long as I can stall for time, I will be able to reach the axe and pull it out, and I will win. He flew all the way. The man in rags was much faster, and the distance between them was shrinking. Die. The man in rags directly punched over. His fist turned into a blurred golden light, and his arm expanded. His fist seemed to have crossed the distance in an instant, arriving right in front of Dongbu Shuang. So fast! Dongbu Shuang was speechless, even though it doesn't have the world-enveloping power of that golden-haired monkey from the ancestor mother religion. His speed is much faster. Dongbu Shuang also held onto his scarlet cloud spear with both hands, directly blocking the incoming attack. Hong long long, the moment Dongbu Shuang displayed his spear, a huge rotating meteorite appeared. That fist turned into a terrifying golden light and clashed with this meteorite. At almost an instant, the huge meteorite phenomenon dissipated, and Dongbu Shuang and his spear were sent flying far away, crashing into a huge mountain. With a so, he penetrated through the mountain, creating a huge hole before stopping. Amen. The rags man revealed a look of shock. He can actually block my fist head-on? And at the boundary of the Eden, that white-haired old man who was leisurely watching this scene raised his eyebrows. This brat who came in this time, other than having a good realm, his strength isn't small either. It seems that there is still hope for him to survive. And Dongbu Shuang, who was sent flying far away, was similarly startled. I have 2 absolute arts, the luminous sun and the extreme annihilation mysterious body. In terms of strength, they are both at the paragon level. I've created one of the 5 great secret skills, the meteorite star, according to the trillion meteorite array on Lake Heart Island. It's specialized for defense. Even with the protection of my armor, I was still bombarded by him to the point that my blood and chi were boiling. Dongbu Shuang was slightly startled. The trillion meteorite array was the protective array of Lake Heart Island, and it specialized in defense. When Dongbu Shuang was cultivating in the Black Fog Sea, he had also contacted the members of the Army of Destruction and chatted with them. He had also asked them to impart some information about the meteorite array. At that time, that group of incomparably lonely members had all taken the initiative. Our Lake Heart Island has researched on the meteorite array many times, and we all have our own gains. We have also recorded down many arrays. However, this is just the tip of the iceberg of the meteorite array, and it can't be considered the true face of the meteorite array. The true details of the entire array should only be known by Master. This is what I've observed and recorded. Brother Dongbua, this is what I've recorded. All of them were very passionate. When Dongbua Shwe Ing was cultivating in seclusion, he would often chat and discuss the Tao with them. The meteorite array had also formed its own world, and within it were the profound mysteries of the world. Dongbua Shwe Ing started from the profound mysteries of the world, and after comprehending the trillion meteorite array, he finally comprehended a defensive secret skill, meteorite star. He believed that, with his strength, the extreme annihilation mysterious body armor, and his defensive spear techniques, he should be able to receive a few more moves from the White Sovereign King. This fellow's realm is very ordinary, and is only an ordinary stage for heaven. He isn't even comparable to my father-in-law or senior brother Huiming. Dongbua Shwe Ing thought, his fist, under the defense of my spear technique, has at least 90% of its strength dissipated by me. But with just 10% remaining, it actually caused my spear technique to become chaotic, and even through the armor, it caused my blood and chi to boil. Extreme strength, extreme speed. Dongbua Shwe Ing sighed. Low realm, but his strength was extremely ferocious, and his speed was also extremely fast. He actually didn't die. The ragged-clothed man continued to rush over in a stream of light. As Shwe Ing rushed towards the axe, he was also defending against it. Boom, boom, boom. Both sides exchanged blows again and again. Every time Shwe Ing was bombarded, he would be sent flying in all directions. He was completely suppressed and trampled on. But Shwe Ing had sufficient strength and a huge advantage in spear techniques, allowing him to completely tangle with his opponent. Soon, Dongbua Shwe Ing looked like he was being trampled, but in reality, as the battle progressed, he was getting closer and closer to the axe. Who? The ragged-clothed man suddenly stopped. He looked coldly at Dongbua Shwe Ing. Dongbua Shwe Ing did not care about him. His opponent had stopped, but he did not. He continued rushing towards the axe. There aren't many opponents who can force me to use my forbidden technique, and you have the qualifications. Receive my move. The ragged-clothed man suddenly formed a seal with both his hands. Countless purplish-gold patterns on his body suddenly lit up, and a terrifying surging energy passed through the patterns on the surface of his body and gathered at his eyebrows. Following his eyebrows, a large amount of light gathered at the center of his eyebrows. In the center of his eyebrows an eye appeared. It looked exactly the same as the other two eyes. However, when Dongbua Shwe Ing was stared at by this eye, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. At the same time, he was speechless as he cursed in his heart. He still has an ultimate technique? His realm is lower than mine, but how can he be so strong? Where did the old ancestor of the starting ground find such a monster? Asterisk, asterisk, he felt all right yesterday, but when he slept at night, the pain worsened. He did not sleep well the entire night, and when he woke up today, he completely broke down. Now that he was taking medicine and applying Yunnan Baiyao, he felt like crying. Asterisk. Chapter 647. Even though he was on high alert, he did not slow down as he flew towards the axe with all his might. The third eye opened on the forehead of that ragged-clothed male standing in midair. Deep within his pupil, he could faintly see Shwe Ing flying at high speed. Crack! The ragged-clothed man said coldly. Dongbua Shwe Ing, who was flying at high speed, was shocked. Not good. His body twisted violently. See La! The void around him cracked like a piece of glass, and a sinister-looking black ravine appeared in the void. This crack brushed past Dongbua Shwe Ing's twisted body, causing Dongbua Shwe Ing to feel the threat of death. This paradise was built by that old ancestor, and it is extremely stable. Even the previous battles were not this powerful. Other than being shocked by the power of this attack, Dongbua Shwe Ing was also shocked by the suddenness of this attack. Currently, the ragged-clothed man was thousands of miles away from him, but this attack was so sudden that Dongbua Shwe Ing could only sense it at the moment when the void was torn apart. Only then did he manage to twist his body and luckily escape south. Although he felt the danger, Dongbu Shueing continued to fly at high speed. Not bad. You actually managed to dodge it. The ragged-clothed man laughed coldly, following which his third eye shone on Dongbu Shueing, who was far away. Sila! Once again, a long crack appeared in the void. The crack passed by the tip of Dongbu Shueing's nose, and a few strands of his hair were cut off. However, Dongbu Shueing was still able to escape. The ragged-clothed man furrowed his brows. After allowing Dongbu Shueing to escape twice, he was getting impatient. Again, he unleashed his third attack, and the image of Shueing was once again reflected in the depths of his newly formed third eye. Dongbu Shueing, who was flying at high speed, felt the changes in the void and immediately twisted his body in an attempt to dodge the attack. Sila! A black rift that was over 5,000 kilometers in length and only 100 meters in width flashed through the air. Dongbu Shueing, who was moving at high speed, tried his best to dodge, but this time, the crack brushed past half of Dongbu Shueing's body. Pooh! When the crack passed through the black armor, it paused for a moment, allowing Dongbu Shueing to move his body with all his might. But after that, the crack passed through. Dongbu Shueing's left arm and some flesh on the left side of his waist disappeared into thin air. After receiving this attack, Dongbu Shueing tumbled in midair. However, he quickly stabilized his body and continued to flee at high speed towards the direction of the axe. The wound on his waist was recovering rapidly, and his left arm was growing back rapidly as well. To think that even the extreme annihilation mysterious body armor could not withstand it. Dongbu Shueing's expression changed. He couldn't care less anymore as a flying dagger appeared in his right hand. The true god weapon, the flying dagger, was his strongest killing move. Initially, Dongbu Shueing was rather confident in his defense, but now he was forced to use the flying dagger. However, he remembered that the white-haired old man had mentioned that the body of the strongest world deity was able to digest true god weapons. Hence, Dongbu Shueing was not in a hurry to use the true god weapon. Go. Dongbu Shueing couldn't care less anymore. The flying dagger instantly disappeared and shot towards him from the mirage world. Humph, I thought that you would be able to escape. The ragged-clothed man immediately prepared for another attack. The eye on his forehead once again reflected Dongbu Shueing. But at this moment, Shua! A flying dagger descended from the mirage world, appearing in front of him out of nowhere. The ragged-clothed man had long noticed this flying dagger. After all, he could control the void. When Dongbu Shueing took out the flying dagger, he had already noticed it. However, he was too confident in himself. His body was incomparably strong, and he didn't think that there was anything that could harm him. Hence, he completely disregarded that flying dagger. Boom! Infusing all of Dongbu Shueing's strength into his Tao of Massacre, he unleashed an attack, drifting blood at the tip of the saber. The flying dagger directly appeared in front of the ragged-clothed man's forehead, piercing towards the eye on his forehead. Fool! The ragged-clothed man's eye merely closed. Pooh! The flying dagger's tip pierced into his forehead. The flying dagger suddenly stopped moving at an extremely high speed. However, the tip of the flying dagger still managed to pierce about an inch into his forehead. It was only able to pierce in by an inch before it was forcefully stopped. However, there was purple blood flowing out from his forehead. This purple blood even contained traces of golden light. The ragged-clothed man's expression instantly turned ferocious. Wong, wong, wong. The flying dagger struggled with all its might, wanting to pull it out. However, the flying dagger that had only pierced an inch into his forehead was stuck. What? Dongbu Shueing was shocked. The flying dagger couldn't be pulled back. The dagger was stuck in his opponent's forehead, and he couldn't pull it back no matter what. The ragged-clothed man extended his hand and pulled out the flying dagger from his forehead. He casually opened his mouth and swallowed the flying dagger in a single gulp. This scene caused Dongbua Shuiying's heart to be filled with rage and anxiety. He swallowed it. This was also the reason why he wasn't too willing to use the flying dagger. However, if he didn't use it, he would probably be killed. Even if he was killed, all his treasures would still be left behind. Although he was furious and anxious, Dongbua Shuiying still flew towards the axe at an extremely high speed. The flying dagger had already been swallowed by the opponent, and it was impossible for him to retract it. Thus, he had to successfully pull out the axe. The ragged-clothed man's eye opened once again. However, there was a wound in his eye, and the wound was healing rapidly. Damn it! The ragged-clothed man stared coldly at the distant Dongbua Shuiying. The distance between the two of them was too far, and it would be too late for him to catch up to Dongbua Shuiying with his speed. He could only place his hopes on his killer move. Dongbua Shuiying flew at an extremely high speed, getting closer and closer to the axe. Although he had lost the true god flying dagger, he had stopped his opponent from continuing his attack and allowed his opponent to recover from his injuries. This period of time allowed Dongbua Shuiying's vitality to increase greatly. After all, the time he needed to recover was sufficient for him to attack 3 to 4 times. Quick, quick, quick! The ragged-clothed man was anxious as well. The wound in his eye was still healing. I'm here. Dongbua Shuiying gritted his teeth as he used all his strength to charge towards the mountain peak. See la! At the instant when the eye on his forehead recovered, the ragged-clothed man unleashed another attack. Faster, faster! Dongbua Shuiying was pushing his body to its limits. When he felt the void tear approaching, he couldn't help but turn his body. The void tear brushed past Dongbua Shuiying's knees and disappeared without a trace. Dongbua Shuiying continued to fly at an extremely high speed, charging towards the mountain peak and grabbing onto the axe. The moment he exerted force, the axe stopped moving. Following that, Dongbua Shuiying knelt on the mountain peak. His knees were growing rapidly, and Dongbua Shuiying used both his hands to grab onto the axe and used all his might to pull it out. The axe was finally pulled out of the mountain peak. With his newly grown legs, Dongbua Shuiying stood on the mountain peak with a single hand holding onto the golden axe as he stared at the ragged-clothed man. The ragged-clothed man stood there blankly before sighing. I've won. Return me my flying dagger. Dongbua Shuiying shouted out. You're talking about it? The ragged-clothed man spat out a ray of light. He extended his hand and grabbed onto it. In his hand was a twisted flying dagger. There were many scars on the surface of the flying dagger. Dongbua Shuiying stared at it in disbelief. How long had he been swallowed? And he had already become like this? Chapter 648. To be able to survive under my hands and even pull out the axe, you do have some ability. The ragged-clothed man grabbed the flying knife that was full of scars and casually threw it. The flying knife turned into a stream of light as it flew towards Dongbua Shuiying. Dongbua Shuiying extended his hand to receive it. He was in a hurry because he was afraid that the flying knife would be completely digested by the other party's body. He lowered his head to take a look. Although he did not spend much time to pull out the axe, this flying knife was still damaged in many places. It was already half crippled. He tried to control it, and the flying knife buzzed as it trembled. The inner core's Tao is still intact, but the knife's body is heavily damaged. Dongbua Shuiying felt his heart aching. It seems like I'll have to find someone who specializes in smithing to repair it. If the core's Tao was destroyed, then this true god weapon would be completely crippled. It's just a true god weapon. Is there a need to feel so much heartache? The ragged-clothed man sneered. I've destroyed a whole pile of true god weapons, and those weapons aren't even as useful as my fists. Brat, I hope you will be lucky enough to survive from the starting ground. As he spoke, he swooped down. Many parts of the rolling mountains below had already collapsed and were completely frozen. The ragged-clothed man casually pointed downwards. Hua! Countless pieces of ice rapidly condensed, forming an icy mountain peak. The icy mountain peak even split apart, forming a huge crack. The ragged-clothed man directly flew downwards, entering the depths of the icy mountain peak through the crack. He once again fell into a deep slumber, and the icy mountain peaks on both sides automatically closed up. Although old ancestor had copied his memories, he had only copied a portion of his battle memories. Many of his emotions and other aspects were still incomplete. The white-haired old man took a step and arrived beside Dongbu Shuang. He casually said, "The reason why old ancestor created him was to study the profound mysteries of his body, and also to give you brats who came later as a test. This difficulty is too high." Dongbu Shuang sighed. The other party's finishing move could actually forcefully tear apart his extreme annihilation mysterious body armor. Such an attack was even stronger than White Sovereign King. Of course, the gap in his cultivation realm was huge. In a head-on clash with him, Dongbu Shuang was able to deflect 90% of the force, leaving only 10% of it on his body. If his realm was high enough, then there would be no hope at all. That's why I'm not asking you to defeat him. You just need to pull out the axe when he attacks. The white-haired old man laughed. Even so, most of those who come to the starting ground die the first time they enter. Dongbu Shuang nodded his head. Even he himself was a little lucky. If not for the flying dagger injuring the other party's eyes, the other party would have had a few more chances to use his ultimate move, and he might have really lost his life. It has been a long time since a universe god of the fourth heaven came here. The white-haired old man said, "The talismans are scattered throughout the universe. Typically, it's rather difficult to obtain them. Most of those who enter have reached the heaven-earth realm. Some are even at the opening realm or ruler realm when they enter. I was lucky too," Dongbu Shuang said with a smile. The first fragment was obtained from the depths of Lake Heart Island. How could an ordinary firmament dare to venture so deep? He had only run so far for the sake of saving his father-in-law. The second fragment was in the dark abyss, but because he had the first fragment, he could sense the second fragment the moment he entered the Three Chieftains' sacred mountain. Finding it was much easier. Obtaining the talisman might be luck, but if you want to leave this place alive, you will need to rely on your own strength, the white-haired old man said. The two chatted as they flew into the distance. Dongbu Shuang also saw a ripple appear in front of him. That was the exit. Before leaving, Dongbu Shuang turned back to look. That golden axe was still stuck in the distant mountain peak. That terrifying world deity was still slumbering within that icy mountain peak. No matter what, I succeeded. Dongbu Shuang rejoiced inwardly. South, he and the white-haired old man passed through the exit at the same time. The next time they appeared, the two of them leapt out of the huge tree and landed on the ground. Dongbu Shuang felt as though he had become immortal once more. He looked around him. He was still on that small piece of land amidst the primal chaos void. World deity realm, heaven and earth realm, opening realm, ruler realm. Any one of these realms would have a slim chance of survival. Furthermore, only those who stand at the peak of the same realm would have the qualifications to have a slim chance of survival. The white-haired old man sighed. Those who are weaker would have no chance of survival. Dongbu Shuang agreed. For example, that strongest world deity. Just the boundless cold aura he emitted could even freeze the luminous sun force into nothingness. If it was an ordinary stage 4, he would definitely be frozen to death. For the extremely demonic stage 4, those who could fight against those of a higher realm would have a very low chance of survival. Even those who are heaven-defying like Dongbu Shuang managed to survive by a hair's breadth. That's why I'm very happy every time I succeed. The white-haired old man pointed to the 3 grass houses at the center. Go, let's head over. Since you've succeeded, there will naturally be benefits for you. Think about it carefully. Do you want to cultivate techniques, absolute arts, or weapons? Your flying dagger was damaged previously. If you choose a weapon, there will be a true god weapon that is better than your flying dagger. Think carefully about what you want to choose. Amen. Dongbua Shueing was filled with anticipation. In a place like the starting ground, it was already very difficult to succeed even once. With that old ancestor status, his actions should be extraordinary. The 2 of them walked towards the 3 grass houses at the center. Suddenly, a black dog suddenly leapt out from the grass. Its body was very skinny. It stared at Dongbua Shueing. Dog. Dongbua Shueing was slightly shocked. It was raised by the old ancestor. The white-haired old man laughed. Back then, the old ancestor spent a huge amount of effort to refine it. It was specially made to protect the starting ground. In the starting ground, it is the strongest. It is the strongest. Dongbua Shueing stared at the black dog in shock. Ho, little fella, you aren't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. The black dog growled. Back then, when the sword master came over, I even bit off a piece of his flesh. Dongbua Shueing blinked his eyes and asked softly, Who is the sword master? The sword master? The white-haired old man exclaimed. That was a long time ago, ever since the old ancestor created the starting ground. Under normal circumstances, one could only enter by relying on a talisman. Furthermore, countless life forms in the universe couldn't even find the starting ground. However, Lord Sword Master was able to discover the starting ground and forcefully entered. Furthermore, he wasn't suppressed by the laws and was still very strong. This wild dog was taught a lesson back then. However, it also injured Lord Sword Master. Lord Sword Master came here and inspected the entire starting ground. However, he didn't take anything before leaving. The white-haired old man sighed. With Lord Sword Master's strength, he was indeed disdainful. Sword Master? Dongbua Shueing was puzzled. He had never heard of him. Oh, the Sword Master is the Lake Heart Island owner that you guys often talk about, the white-haired old man said. Dongbua Shueing was shocked. The #1 expert of the many eras of this universe, the Lake Heart Island owner, had actually come here before. However, he didn't rely on a talisman. Instead, he forcefully entered. Even so, he was still bitten off by this wild dog. This wild dog's strength was simply too terrifying. Chapter 649. The black dog sniffed by the side of Shueing. He then bared his teeth and growled. Little brat, you are only at the world deity realm. You are too weak. The world deity realm, the world realm, the opening realm, and the ruler realm. Out of the 4 realms left behind by Master, you are at the lowest realm. Cultivate well. Saying that, he wagged his tail and walked slowly towards the distance. Dongbua Shueing was speechless. He was actually being looked down upon. However, the other party was able to injure the Lake Heart Island Master and was left behind by the old ancestor to protect the starting ground. It's rare for a world deity to come here. The white-haired old man laughed. Go, 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 let's go. As he spoke, he walked towards the 3 straw huts in the center. Dongbua Shueing followed and asked, Are there treasures in those 3 straw huts? The white-haired old man laughed mysteriously. Don't think that they're just 3 straw huts. They're the most important ones in the entire starting ground. The one in the center was where the old ancestor stayed. Only rulers who pass the test are qualified to enter. The one on the left. Only opening realm experts who pass the test are allowed to enter. Then what about the one on the right? Dongbua Shueing asked. Shall we go to the one on the right? I'll go in. The white-haired old man shook his head. A world deity like you isn't qualified to enter. The one on the right is the treasury. Think carefully about what treasure you want. I'll go in and get it for you. Dongbua Shwe-ing nodded. At the same time, he felt helpless. The weakest world deity and world deity were obviously not valued by the old ancestor. They weren't even qualified to enter the straw huts. Opening realm experts were paragons. Their realms were second only to rulers. Ruler realm experts like Bloodblade and Temporal Island Lord were at the level of rulers. Only these two levels were qualified to enter the straw huts. Dongbua Shwe-ing and the old man were like mortals. They didn't walk fast and only got close to the straw huts after a while. We're almost there. Dongbua Shwe-ing looked at the straw huts that were just 100 to 200 meters away. His heart was burning. As he got closer, suddenly the world around the thatched cottage began to distort. He was clearly moving forward step by step, but the thatched cottage was always there. The distance between them did not shorten at all. What's going on? Dongbua Shwe-ing was in a daze. At the same time, he could feel his strength recovering rapidly. When you reach the thatched hut, your strength will be completely restored, the white-haired elder said. As for the changes in the surrounding world, although the thatched cottage is right in front of us, it is actually protected by countless layers of worlds. If it weren't for me leading the way and an enemy came in, it would be nearly impossible for them to pass through the layers of worlds and reach the most important thatched cottage. Of course, the Sword Master did it in the past. The Sword Master pressed forward with indomitable will, and no one could stop him. Dongbua Shwe-ing nodded. This was one of the Patriarch's defensive measures. As Dongbua Shwe-ing moved forward, he observed the distorted layers of the world. This is so interesting. Dongbua Shwe-ing couldn't help but observe carefully. The Patriarch is truly incredible. His control over the world has reached an inconceivable level. It's much more profound than the world array I saw in that tattered cloth scroll, as well as some of the things I saw in the Lake Heart Island. The world should be the real world. But here, the layers of distortions are stacked on top of each other, making it seem like an illusion. If there's no guidance, one would probably sink into the illusory world, never to be able to escape. Dongbua Shwe-ing sighed. This was an illusory world. But the world formed from the illusory world was no different from the real world. Thus, once one sank into it, it would be extremely difficult to escape. This method of the Patriarch of the Starting Ground was much more profound than the Tao of Mirage of the true God Flying Knife. There's no intention at all, Dongbua Shwe-ing exclaimed as he watched. As he walked, Shwe-ing's pace became slower and slower. The white-haired old man by his side noticed this scene and smiled. He followed suit and slowed down even more. He didn't rush him, nor did he say anything to disturb him. Because everyone who entered, there was no limit to how long they could stay in the starting ground. Even if they stayed until the end of this cosmos epoch, it wouldn't matter. As he walked slower and slower, Dongbua Shwe-ing stopped and closed his eyes. I didn't expect that the illusory world created by the Patriarch would actually allow him to gain some insights. The white-haired elder chuckled. Dongbua Shwe-ing closed his eyes. 700,000 years of cultivation. He had learned the lesson of the commander of the Army of Destruction, the lesson of the Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master. He didn't dare to purposely pursue strength. However, with his comprehension abilities, the other deity hearts weren't challenging at all. Thus, Dongbua Shwe-ing spent all his energy on the profound mysteries of the world. The profound mysteries of the world and the profound mysteries of the Mirage had some similarities. Dongbua Shwe-ing comprehended them together, which was why he created the 5 great secret techniques. He wanted to use the world to encompass all the other deity hearts and grasp the complete laws of the heaven and earth. It was 700,000 years. If he included the time acceleration, his research on the profound mysteries of the world would be even longer. And at this moment, the layers of illusory world surrounding the grass hut allowed Dongbua Shwe-ing to see an even more profound heaven and earth. he saw an even more powerful usage of the profound mysteries of the world. Naturally, he was moved. In his mind, countless insights were clashing against each other. Light flashed. Time passed day by day. Reaching the level of Shui-ing, countless inspirations would appear. According to these inspirations, he would be able to deduce on a deeper level. Many profound mysteries and deductions would fuse together, giving him a new understanding of the world. Such a process naturally required time. I wonder how long this little fellow is going to cultivate for. The white-haired elder sat his butt down. He laid on his side and started to sleep. In the blink of an eye, 1 year and 2 months had passed. The insights and deductions in Dongbua Shui Ying's mind were fusing together, forming a new understanding. At this moment, Dongbua Shui Ying was stunned. It was just like a seed in the soil. The seed would break through the soil, germinate, and grow into a fruit. Dongbua Shui Ying opened his eyes. He looked at the layers of distorted worlds around him. This was an illusory world. Initially, he felt that it was profound and unfathomable. But at this moment, under his observation, he could faintly see a formless law controlling these countless worlds, forming a huge illusory world. This formless law was something that Dongbua Shui Ying could see through. The law of heaven and earth is like a shackle, a cage. No matter how I try to comprehend it, I will always be trapped within its boundaries. The only way is to break through it and open up my own path. Only then would I be able to control everything and shake everything. Dongbua Shui Ying could feel the power that he had grasped. This was a power that definitely belonged to him. It could be killed and suppressed, but it could not be taken away. Cultivation realm is the true foundation. Dongbua Shui Ying muttered softly. The white-haired elder who was sleeping by the side suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes and looked at Dongbua Shui Ying. Dongbua Shui Ying stood there. His entire body was faintly discernible, seemingly illusory and real at the same time. He was clearly real, yet he seemed to be one with the countless illusory worlds around him. Opening realm? The white-haired elder was slightly doubtful.